All right, I think we're live. Whoops. Welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace, wherever you are. Dave's channel, the thumbnail guy looks like a brother of Blackjack Mulligan. He does. He really does. What's up, ATF Media? Backwoods Squatch with a Webster reference. I love Webster. Webster's one of my favorite old school shows. Well, nah, I lied. I really do. It's really not. I like to watch it. I wouldn't say that like it's one of my favorites, but I think it's an entertaining show. It's certainly weird. It's a weird show sometimes, but I don't think it's one of my favorites. What's up, Armand? I'm smoking Rocky Road, which absolutely does smell just like Rocky Road. Oh my goodness. So what all happened yesterday? Just about everybody streamed. Lots of people streamed anyway. We had the porn bombing, right? Was that yesterday? So much stuff has happened. It's almost like I can't even. I'm pretty sure was the porn bombing yesterday. And then I went over and talked to the Jedi about it for a minute, and then Joy was really on one yesterday. What's up, Gobbledygook? She had closet content. She did a dental hygiene segment. She ranted at a sink. And then she did like, what was she, you were watching Gobbledygook. What did she say on there? She got really worked up about something when she was like she came out of the closet, and then she started really going off the deep end about something, but I don't remember what it was. But anyway, lots of stuff yesterday. Ruby's Throwaway Channel seems to be gone, which is an absolute crime against humanity. This is another library burning. If anybody has those old streams archived and you want to hook me up, I would love to still clip those old streams that I had. Well, I had a bunch of stuff timestamped. I just didn't do it. Anyway, gosh, man, my cat tore my hand up today. He really went crazy. So tomorrow we're gonna go back to Fish Tank Season 3. I think we have 2 streams left of Fish Tank Season 3. We gave up on it immediately. I thought I did say what's up to you, F Wood. I thought I did. I'm sorry, buddy. I thought for sure I did. But there's only 2 left. I know we stopped it abruptly, but I want to, like, it's bothering my brain that I never finished the season. And I'm going to use, oh, you were watching the Thorpes. Joy had something. She was really in on it too. It was a really great rant, but I forget what it is. But I'm using it as an excuse because I want to watch season 2, because they're putting up those episodes now, but I want to get 3 like out of the way before then. So we'll do that tomorrow. George Dorunda on Thursday, Memphis on Friday. I don't know for Wednesday. I don't know. What do you want to watch? We could do, I don't know. Let's work it out as we watch the show. So this is a series of just kind of stuff I had in my playlist, my favorites or whatever, that eventually I wanted to use, and that it just happened that I got enough serial killer stuff to do an episode. So here we go. Let's dive in first. This is from WCCO TV, Channel 4, and it's a show from February 1995 called Tough Target. What's up,
WCCO TV.
I'm J.J. Bittenbinder, and I'm a policeman. On this show, we're going to talk about one of the toughest predators to stop, the serial killer. Serial killers are the great white sharks of the criminal world. There aren't very
Hey, what's up, He-Man?
many of them, and they don't strike very often. But when they do, it's cold,
Satanic
vicious.
Panic.
Coming up, we'll take a hard look at serial killers and what you can do to avoid them and other sexual predators.
2028, units on scene.
Hey, Richard. What's that guy's name that's on, like, I think he's an A&E guy or a Discovery guy. Sergeant Joe, is it Kenda? Joe Kenda? Was this like the original Joe Kenda or whatever that guy's name is?
There have been a lot of movies about serial killers. Silence
Why is he dressed like MJF?
of the Lambs, Basic Instinct, natural born killers.
Natural
But
born
most
killers.
don't get it right. Serial killers are not cool or sexy, and they're certainly not heroes. There's nothing charming about a Ted Bundy when you know the perverted things he did. On this edition of Tough Target, we'll look at a recent serial killer, Ken Tollerton of Akron, Ohio. Like Bundy, Tollerton was intelligent and outgoing.
Akron.
President of his high school ski club, president of Junior Achievement, and a member of the Camera Club. Most of his classmates thought he'd become a professional photographer. But Ken Tollerton had a darker side.
What's up, Jeremy? You smoking tropical trop cherry? That sounds good. I went to the dispensary over the weekend and I got Rocky Road, Ice Cream Man, and then I got a gram of strawberry side piece.
Alex, give me the gun. I told you, never point a gun at anybody.
Sorry, Dad.
Hey, get cracked. Don't point that gun at anybody, kid.
It's okay, son.
Yeah, he's out of touch on that one. Even Ben Thorpe is attracted to serial killers. Remember when he went on that bit? He had that big crush on the guy that that goon that killed himself in the police station. He had the little guy with him. The little Asian guy was his buddy, Leonard Lake.
I'm gonna be back in a minute, okay?
This shit's purple. Oh my god, amazing. I used to know a guy who did a home grow on some sugar breath, and it had like the most it looked like the shit you see on Reddit, like the professionally photographed weed. It was so good. Like dark green and purple, and then it had like the orange ropes just like covering it. Oh. You remember watching this? I found quite a few episodes, but I thought this one fit best. I'm also open to, if we don't have any issues with it, with copyright on it, if this is a show that you guys like, I'm open to watching more episodes of it down the road.
Your tire's flat. Roll down your window. Get back to it. I just wanted to let you know your tire's a little flat. You're gonna ruin the rim if you keep driving it. This one. All right, we're going for a little ride.
Sugar breath to me is the ultimate strain. Like it's like a deep indica. It works with my brain like perfectly, but I hardly ever see it.
Hey, let's go. Drive the car. Come on, let's go.
And meth heads stole the guy's grow. And then I don't think he ever grew again. I don't remember hearing about it.
Police! Police! Stop the car! Stop the car! Lady, get out of the car! Now! I'll shoot! Drop it! Get out. Drop it!
As far as I know, I'm the only one that has survived an attack by Ken Tollerton.
Tackle the car. That reminds me of those people who like work at Walmart or Target and they throw themselves on the hood of the car to stop a shoplifter. Like, come on, bro. Well, obviously that guy should have helped that woman, but when you said tackle the car, that's what I thought of.
He was sentenced to 2 to 15 years for kidnapping and 2 to 15 years for felonious assault. 2 months later, however, I received a call.
He was a good dude too, man. He was, I think it was like $20 an eighth. And I mean, like, the nugs were like huge, thick. Like, well, you know the difference between, I mean, dispensary stuff is great, but there's just, you can tell when someone knows what they're doing and is doing like a handcrafted home grow.
From a local probation officer who told me that he was being released on shock probation, which is offered
Wrong,
to first-time offenders.
You think we're only at 240p. We're actually at 360p.
She's dead. No, I can get her going. When that happens, just try opening up the secondary right there.
Interesting
Open her
beard
up.
style.
Remember that Lisa woman I was telling you about? Yeah? Got a date with her Friday night. Oh, yeah? Yeah. You want to bring a girl? Double date? No, I don't date. At least not in public. I can't really operate unless I get them alone, you know, away from people. Out in the middle of nowhere.
Wow.
Whatever.
I mean, I think the high is still like amazing, but I just like, you can just tell a difference like in bud quality and like burn quality, I think. But like the high is still great from the dispensary. Billy Jack Haynes. Oh my God, dude. Billy Jack Haynes has so many stories of himself being molested by different people. We need to watch we need to do a Billy Jack Haynes stream if I can find a bootleg version of the shoot interview we can get away with.
You. Oh, me? Yeah, you. What the hell are you doing over there?
Just out walking.
At 1:30 in the morning?
I couldn't sleep.
It's time to go to bed.
Night.
You know what kind I mean, I'll grind sometimes, but I like to pick off the bud primarily. And like, I feel like the one thing dispensary weed can get really wrong sometimes is when they use the, what the fuck are they called? It's like an automated, then when they use like the automated trimmers, I feel like it cuts it cuts it so close that it makes like picking off the bud, like, and they're not, especially if it's like a denser strain. Whereas if you get like a good homegrown, I feel like traditionally it's like a, you know, at least in that good time period, it's like spongy and like kind of has some like give to it. I like wet weed though. I don't like dry weed.
Dispatch put out an all-points bulletin on...
Have you ever done elephant tranquilizer? No, unfortunately no. I did try to get some more elephant trunk at the dispensary though, for the that can save me. That's the only weed that can save me from a portal during these streams.
Colorado license plate 542UL7, last seen headed north on Deerfield Road.
Ken Tullerton received a sentence of 10 years for the murder of Donna Waugh, and
Grow, I don't have any interest in growing at all. Like, that doesn't appeal to me in the least. I just don't think I would turn out terribly.
served less than 4. She had been stabbed and strangled and raped. When Tullerton was released in 1991, he began to stalk women at bus stops. He would hang around these bus stops and observe day after day which women got on, which women got off.
I should say also I tend to buy based on price. Get the best strain I can get for like the cheap price. So I'm not getting the creme de la creme normally of dispensary weed. But they have like 30% off sales pretty regularly, so you can usually get whatever you want as long as you're kind of patient.
How you doing?
Hi,
What's your name?
Sissy. Are you headed into town?
Could be. Why don't you get in?
Thanks.
When Sissy Foster's body was found, there were no fingerprints, no tire tracks, no witnesses. But there was a trace of someone else's DNA. An Arapahoe County investigator...
Vegan Patriot does amazing bus stop content. That's some of my favorite stuff. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I agree, F. Wood. I think that, yeah, I mean, I tend to agree as far as the high, that it's, I think the modern weed is better than anything I've, and that could also be because I'm able to say like, hey, I want a heavy indica strain, whereas before when you went and met up with somebody, they'd be like, oh, I don't even know what this is. Like, this is just, it's something. Or you couldn't like, they wouldn't have like one of, they wouldn't have a hybrid, a sativa, and an indica. So maybe to me, the weed is better because I'm able to like actually get the weed that I want instead of having to take whatever is available.
Made the connection. He remembered Donna Woff.
Gobbledygook, sometimes during these streams, I get so connected with the material that I go through a portal to the other side. The only way that I can get back from that other side of the portal is if I smoke some elephant trunk, and then the elephant trunk will come through the portal and grab me and pull me back. It's very stressful for King TL when I go through a portal.
From 1980, and he found Sissy's killing oddly similar. So he ordered a DNA comparison.
South to West, he's like a celebrity detective at the time, like that Joe Kenda of the 90s.
Fortunately, Colorado keeps DNA records on all convicted sex offenders. When the DNA results came back, it was a match.
Flavors, I agree. I like it too because you can get some weird shit. Like they'll have like the plant infused terpene weed where it like just tastes like straight up raspberries or banana or whatever. Like I like that shit.
Fullerton pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Today, he's still a suspect in dozens of unsolved killings across the country.
Expert on bullshit.
When we come back, we'll look at how you can keep safe from sexual predators like Ken Tollerton.
He kind of looks like he's a Doctor Who. Captain Lou Albano.
Over the past 20 years, the FBI has spent a lot of time.
No, hang on. He actually, it's me. He looks like the Luigi guy. Is that him? Now that you say that, it reminds me of the Luigi guy.
I'm studying serial killers. They've interviewed hundreds of them, from John Wayne Gacy to Ted Bundy to Jeffrey Dahmer. They found that most serial killers are just like Ken Tollerton, white males in their 20s or 30s. They're often normal looking and come from middle-class homes. Most of them are loners. Actually, your chances of meeting one of these guys are pretty slim. The FBI figured
unless you live in New Haven and collab a lot.
There's only about 30 of them loose in the country at any one time. But the things you do to avoid them will also help protect you against more common sexual predators. Let's look at what happened to Janelle in the parking lot. When Tollerton approached...
I don't think it's him, but it looks just like him. Like, holy shit.
She kept her doors locked and rolled down her window just a crack. Nothing's going to get into her car. But then she opened the door to look at her tire. That wasn't smart. Stay inside your car with the doors locked and the window...
We had a strain that was like really hyped up here before it got here. Like they did a bunch of advertising for it. It was called Black Amber. And I got some of it and smoked it on stream. And like it was okay. Like it was a good high, but certainly not a strain that I would have put up a big like advertising campaign for.
Windows up. Even if he says there's something wrong. Stay inside. But what if this guy has a gun? What should she do? Hit the accelerator. Chances are he won't shoot. And even if he does, he's got a lousy angle. Finally, let's look at Sissy Foster, a sweet, fun-loving kid. If you're a parent, make sure you know exactly where your kids are going and how they're going to get there. Sissy's friends say she used to accept rides from strangers and even hitchhike. Never hitchhike. One survey found that 25% of all women who hitchhike are raped. That's
what? 25%? So if you get in a car as a woman in 1995, there is a 1 in 4 chance you're going to be raped. That seems pretty high.
4. nobody knows how many are killed. If you've been watching Tough Target, you've heard me say this before, but it's extremely important. You cannot get into the car. Ken Tollerton kept rope and a butcher's knife under the seat, just in case he met someone interesting. No matter what, you cannot get into the car. Sissy and Donna did. It was the last trip of their lives.
Next, women who are learning how to fight back and win.
If you're ever in a dangerous situation, your best option is to flee. Get your knees in the breeze and get out of there. But what if
Listen, just get your knees in the breeze. That's what I'm talking about. Girl, get them knees in the breeze.
you can't flee? Can you fight someone bigger and stronger? Dawn Callan says you can. She teaches a workshop on self-defense.
The workshop is
No, I didn't. I don't watch a lot of interview stuff, but I might watch something with VP. Hitchhiking sounds like promising IRL content.
designed to teach people how to take care of themselves.
Wouldn't it be
protect
stressful, Joe, if the streamer got in with somebody who wanted the camera off, and then you as a viewer had to, all you could like hear was the audio?
themselves physically against a violent attack, and also to identify the areas in their life where they feel disempowered, where they feel helpless, and take their power back. At the end of the 2 days, we expect our students to absolutely know that they can handle themselves against a violent attack. And they know that they can because integrated into their program is very realistic.
You can make an ounce last a lot longer. I think that's probably like my big benefit from is that I don't have to smoke like full bowls. I can just smoke like 1,000 one-hitters, which I prefer one-hitters, but yeah, until it turns into a found footage case.
Combat situation where they get to stand up to their worst fears and to an attacker and win for themselves.
We wanted to see how it works. So we sent our roughest, toughest producer. Meet Lori Hefter. Lori, what got you interested in this program?
Well, you know, working on the show as a producer, I come in contact all the time with people who are victims of crime. And I realized, you know, it can happen to anyone, and I need to be more prepared.
Let's take a look.
There were about all different ages.
Up over the shoulder.
We spent a lot of time.
You smoke 2 joints a day usually. I don't mind joints, but I don't know. There's just something about, something about one-hitters. Maybe because I can like get exactly how high I want to get. Like, I'm not going to be like, if I'm not high enough, I can just keep smoking. And if I'm good for a little bit, I can stop. I don't have to like, it's not a big deal to do another one hit.
Ready, strike!
But the big deal was actually testing ourselves in combat.
When do we go into combat? When you feel threat. When you have no...
Gobbledygook, how would you even get that information? Like, how could you possibly know how many people are hitchhiking? And then of those, like, rape is like mega underreported, right? Like that's a lot of if it might, I don't know, hitchhiking just seems crazy to me after like the 80s.
No other choice. If you go into combat, you go in 100% fully committed.
The attackers were 3 very big guys, and they were padded all over. It was their job to pick the fight. But then as soon as they put their helmets on, it was our job to do anything we could to avoid being their victims.
Use your hands! Now use your hands!
One of the rounds of combat was an unprovoked attack, and no holds were barred.
Oh, man. She lifted him up off the ground.
It's like it's real. So you know what? It's all I can say is it's that weight, that strength, that power on top of your body. It's scary.
You gotta take him down! You gotta take him down! Now get palm strike!
My use depends a lot on what I got like from the dispensary. Like if I got like some cheap shake, I might like just smoke that like super fast. But if it's like a strain that I really like I've still got some I still got a couple nugs of Bio Jesus from like January, I think.
Strike! Palm strike! You're flailing.
Used to sniff
Through each
white
of the
out.
rounds, Dawn and the other
Poor Grace would be coughing up a storm? No.
teachers were ready to tell us what we were doing right and what we were doing wrong.
You gotta come straight up center.
I want to see Grace do a whippet and then get one of those whippets where it's only supposed to last for a few seconds, but sometimes it'll last like extensively longer than that. And like mentally, it's like, oh my God, I fucked up. Like this is the whippet everyone talks about where where it never ends. And then when it finally ends, it's like such a relief. I need to see Grace experience that.
Knee! Get your knee! That's it!
Zips? I still call them zips.
There it is! That's it! All right, one more! Okay, good. Nice work.
You just don't know what to do until you've ever been in that situation. You have no idea.
She's saying no, but she really means yes.
Each one of us comes in knowing how to take care of ourselves, that it's hardwired into our system and it's simply put to sleep. Once it's reawakened,
Sarah the
you
tomato.
don't lose it again.
No. That's it! Find your key eye! Find your key eye! That's it!
Good hand!
Get that hand back there! Now key eye! Now key eye! That's a girl!
Gosh,
Good.
man.
Good.
I don't know. It's me. You think Grace can handle that? That's a pretty... Well, I guess you just you could baby her. But yeah, that would be interesting, like, to say the least, to see her going through that. I sound sadistic? Why? There's nothing wrong with it. It's not a negative experience.
Quit talking in key eye! Leave me alone! Quit talking!
Grace is a thrill seeker. Mark wants to see Grace experience anything.
Talking in key eye! You got a free hand, use it, Milton, and get your legs in there, kick! That's it, break!
That was so intense. Much more than I ever...
Ruby had a great line for me when I was watching her. I was talking to her about the stuff that was going on with Grace, and she was like, "You're Grace's friend. Why should I believe you?" I thought that was great.
Imagine it would be. And real good training.
I don't know.
First, use prevention. Make yourself a tough target. Second, flee. Get out of there. Third, use pepper spray and then flee. But if you have to fight to win. Don't go away. We'll be right back with this week's Crime Fighter.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I have so much cool shit to show you guys. I just got to figure out where to fit it in at this week.
Each year, police dogs save lives. Here's a canine team in Seattle that was one victim's last hope.
I was driving in my police car on my way to work with Donner in the back, and I heard a radio call of 4 men attacking a woman.
When Kenton and Donner got to the scene, only one attacker was still on the loose.
Stay.
Donner immediately got on a good, strong scent.
Seek him out. Attaboy. Attaboy, seek him out.
That's what makes this feud, to me, interesting, is it's kind of like well, those of you who watch Memphis kind of know what I'm talking about. It's like a Buddy Landel, Dutch Mantel, Bill Dundee kind of thing, where it's like, they should be in a faction together, but their dynamic always causes issues. But like Grace and Ruby are definitely some of each other's biggest fans. And I think that's why it's so personal. That's why it continues to, I think it would take a minor miracle to get either one of them to detach from the other. I feel like Grace really, is a huge fan of Ruby and vice versa. I just think it's going to be a tough one to finally like break loose of.
I saw the figure of a man crashing, making noises as he went through the brush.
Attaboy, find him, bud. Seek him out.
And right in front of us, a woman sitting on the ground. She appeared to have blood on her. She was just kind of in stupor.
Police! That girl said a police dog!
Told him I was a police officer, that I had a police dog, and I got no response.
Don't go with
So I sent Donner after that guy. We got about 15 or 20 yards into the brush, and I could see that Donner had the suspect cornered there in the brush. He immediately gave up, and he was handcuffed by the other officer. We noticed he had a butcher knife.
You mean like just while you're going through life, Backwoods Squatch? That to me is the most interesting part of something like that, would be to do it and then experience, like, not just like sitting around or even in the woods or whatever, but like being out. I'd like to be like active out in the world doing shit in that kind of a condition.
out of his back pocket. Donner is
Much like the intoxicated women that we watch frequently.
invaluable in this kind of a situation. He can use his nose, locate a suspect in the brush where we might not be able to find him at all, or if we did, it would be at much greater risk to ourselves.
We salute our crime fighters of the week, Ken Carpenter and Donner.
Carried by a dog. Good job, Donner. Kenton?
For parents, the most terrifying criminals are child molesters who hang out by schools.
Vitamin C.
This week's Tough Target Award winner is a junior high teacher from Wheeling, Illinois. He spotted something suspicious, and he took action.
On Tuesday, I was made aware of an incident where a guy tried to get two girls in a car. On Wednesday morning, when I went out for bus duty, 8:10, four girls ran up to me and told me that the same event occurred.
Hey, girls! Can you give me some directions to Wolf Road?
Huff paint? No, I don't huff paint. What?
Why don't you come in the car and show me where it is?
No.
Hey, you're pretty.
No, come on, you guys.
What?
There's a guy, he's trying to get us over
Where, over there?
Yeah, right there.
They identified the car.
Oh, good. They went and told John Wayne Gacy. Now he can come over.
Instantly. They said that's the individual. Beth, call the police.
Hey, Dave Chandler, kind of does.
Please, Beth, call the police. Guys, go inside. He left the property, and in a few minutes he returned, coming in the wrong way, going by 3 buses that were unloading. I stopped him under the pretense that he was driving the wrong way. Stop, please. Whoa, we need to talk. Do you realize you came in the wrong way?
I was looking for my son.
No, you need to stay here right now.
I promise I won't do it again. I've never come back again. I promise.
Get it.
I promise I won't do it again.
Bust his ass.
In the car, please.
Did you see him reach in and yoink those things? He said we'd be great streamers. Showed us his RV.
The only thing in my mind was that I can't let him get away.
It was very brave of Mr. Kletecki to do what he did, because he could have got hurt doing what he did, but I'm glad he did that, because now I feel much safer.
I feel very good when kids come up to me and call me.
He sounded like Mel Gibson in that secretly recorded phone call with his ex-wife, where he's like, "What?"
They're here and ask for my autograph and pat me on the back, but they also need to be patted on the back because they did what was right also.
This week's Tough Target Award winner, Greg Kletecki.
You can personally receive a valuable safety tip from JJ by calling him at 1-900.
Folks, if you're under attack from a serial killer, call 1-900-903-5900. That's $1.99 per call. A portion of the proceeds will go to the Family Development Foundation, which was established the same year as the show, apparently.
903-5900. Each Friday, JJ will have a new tip to help you become a tough target.
Richard?
Before you visit someone,
Richard, who cares if it's good to do or not? Life's short. That nothing's promised. You might as well have a good time.
always a good idea to phone first. At least that's what these 2 burglars thought. They played it safe before breaking into a house in Connecticut. They called ahead to see if anyone was home, but all they got was the answering machine. Still, just to make sure there wasn't someone listening, they talked to the machine and tried to get them to pick up. After burglarizing the house, they carefully erased the answering machine. Pretty smart, huh? But what they didn't...
Hey, I see all. I know you're in the VP realm, kind of. Were you in here when I told everybody that she gave me like a shit ton of not deleted, but privated, unavailable streams? I'm like awash in content.
Realize was that the victim's phone had caller ID and had captured their number. Well, guess what else got captured that day? This week's America's Most Stupid, Gregory Alves and Gary Ingham, who never should have phoned from home. Coming up, my comments on a national system to identify sex offenders. As you saw earlier, serial killer Ken Tollerton was put away because of a DNA match. Fortunately, Tollerton had served time in Colorado, where all...
Yeah, it's the first time I'd ever talked to her, like off the stream. She wanted me to DM her on Instagram.
All sex offenders are required to submit DNA samples before they're paroled. DNA is the unique genetic code that makes you, you. It's in every cell in your body. In Tollerton's case, only 1 in 18 million white males had similar DNA.
Hey, Rich.
Since 1991, the FBI has been building a national DNA database on violent criminals. But only half the states are involved. If your state doesn't keep DNA records, write to your state legislator and urge your senator and congressman to pass the National DNA Identification Act. Some people say that mandatory DNA testing is...
Well, I mean, I'm definitely not going to replace Janny because I'm not going to... We have much different approaches to content, or what we like, what we want to show. And I also think, like, it's difficult to explain to somebody. Rich gets it, though, that, like, I post clips hoping that people will see them, but I don't pick things because I think they'll get views. So some stuff I post is only going to get, like, 20 views, but to me, it's like, it's a great clip. So it's difficult to kind of, like, explain to a creator, like, your motivations when you're not motivated by views or money, or, like, any when there's really no clear motivation.
Is a violation of criminals' rights. Well, I think that's BS. We already keep fingerprints on them.
Black tar? No.
And a tiny little needle is hardly an invasion of privacy. We've got to have a national DNA database, and we need it now. It's the key to identifying serial killers and other sex offenders, and putting them away for life.
For life.
If you have a real-life crime story, we'd like to hear from you. Write us at Tough Target, P.O. Box 4864, Chicago, Illinois 60680. Include your address and phone number.
For transcripts of this program, call 1-800-777-8398.
I agree, Backwood Squatch. I think that's true.
I'm J.J. Bittenbinder. Stay safe. Be a tough target.
I mean, I agree. It's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just because people aren't used to, like, a clipper who's just like, likes the show and likes to clip the stuff that I like. Like, cigarette making content from Grace is not going to get 5% of the views of, like, the Lol Cow Live stuff, but, like, I have no interest in that. Like, I clipped a couple times trying to keep a story for Thorpe Alert, but eventually I was just like, you know what, this is not really, like, there's other Grace stuff that's much more entertaining, even if it's not going to get very many views, but, like, a lot of people don't understand that mentality. Tough target. Tried nailing it. There was an actor in the things whose name was Harry Bolson. Harry Bowles. Oh shoot! Oh wait, I gotta rewind this one. Sandwich making and cigarette rolling, yeah. Oh man.
Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment in...
Hold on, here we go. This just very specific. Sometimes it's just weird, just a weird moment or whatever, but I think the stuff I'm interested in is just different from the other clippers, so sometimes it's like, I don't know, like I said, it's just kind of difficult to explain.
Miraculously, Tracy escaped the Milwaukee Cannibal Killer's vile clutches.
It's amazing. Your story is so amazing. First of all, before we get really deeply into it, how did you meet Jeffrey Dahmer?
Okay, I've seen him around in the neighborhood before. On several occasions, he spoke with me and my friends. Seemed like a normal, everyday guy,
So this normal, everyday guy, how did he manage to lure you to the apartment? I mean, how did he get you to go someplace with him?
Well, first of all, we were at the mall, me and my friends just hanging out, It was after work. Yep, and then he was in the mall at that time, too. He approached us, you know, asked us what we was doing. He said he was just down from Chicago visiting a sick relative, you know.
So he lied about where he was from.
Yeah, right. And then he said people in Milwaukee now.
There's a lot of that, Jeremy. A lot of the e-girls that we watch on here sometimes at the end of the streams are similar. Like Coco Star will have the video of her making the steak sandwich, but then, you know, it's all just it's all a thing to get you to the OnlyFans.
So friendly, which is true. Yep, and I'm being back just new to the city 6 weeks before then, you know. Yep, I could relate to what he was saying, you know. And then he said, I got some money, we can go buy a beer, get girls, go down by the lake, you know.
Did he flash any bills?
Yeah, he had a couple $100s or more.
I don't know a lot about it other than he's like on his last tour, and that I thought the heel turn looked amazing. I can't wait to see what happens. At least it's interesting. Like before it was like, oh, he's the big baby face. He's, you know, the big hero. He's going to break Flair's record and happy ending. But now it's like, okay, like, is he going to retire as a heel? Are they going to have to like hot shot a baby face turn before the end? He only has like this year, right?
Or, you know, he said he had sponsored a beer and everything. I said, I guess it's okay. You know?
So he was going to be like the big daddy and show you a good time.
So I'm assuming, I forget that not everybody follows all this stuff, but like this is the guy who survived Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, right.
To hustle some chicks.
Right.
You know, we've all heard about the atrocities committed by this man, by Jeffrey Dahmer, Milwaukee's serial killer who mutilated and dismembered 11 bodies and later confessed to 6 additional murders, going back as far as 1978. And you also know what the cops found in his chamber of horrors: skulls in the freezer, decomposed hands dangling in the closet, bones stored away in cardboard boxes. We have all seen these news accounts. We've seen his smug and passionless face beaming to us from...
Now, Ben claims that Grace's real personality, right, the real Grace at her core is a Dahmer. So maybe this will give us some insight into how Ben views Grace.
The courtroom there, but today, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on television, you will hear Tracy's firsthand account of how Jeffrey Dahmer operated, how Jeffrey Dahmer lured this man, drugged him, held him hostage, and finally attempted to add him to his macabre body count in that apartment. Okay, so you have just told us that he's flashed the bills. He says, let's have a good time. You say it's going to be okay. What'd you do then?
Okay, then we left the mall. Me and a couple of other friends, we were all together, you know. Then we proceeded up.
See, I don't know what it is, what it's about, I see all, but like, I don't like to see Vegan in that kind of content. Like, that doesn't really like appeal to me that much. I like her like sloth vibe streams or like the scooter shit. Like, I don't really like the vegan drama clips I've seen haven't really hit for me.
The street, Wisconsin Avenue, there was a liquor store there. So he said, let's go in, I'll buy the beer and some rum. He brought some rum.
Oh yeah, I saw that. WrestleMania in Vegas. Are you and Joy gonna go?
Liquor, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go?
Okay, we came back outside, and then I saw my twin brother, you know, which works right there on Wisconsin Avenue, you know. And then I told him what we had planned and everything, you know, where to go. While I was talking to my brother, Jeffrey was telling my best friends other things, you know, that he lived in a different place totally from where he was going to be, you know. So I didn't know, right? So I had to go up to Wisconsin Avenue where my brother lived, and Jeffrey lived in that neighborhood. Yeah, so we both proceeded there. We caught a cab, right?
So you and Dahmer alone.
Geraldo's mustache might even have an advantage in that scenario because Chuck Norris's mustache traditionally has the support of a beard. If it has to fight on its own, I mean, that would be an adjustment. And Geraldo's mustache obviously has a lifetime of holding itself up by its bootstraps.
Alone in the cab.
Right.
Then what happens?
Okay, and then I stop at my brother's house, okay? And I get out and I go try to knock on the door, but my brother's girlfriend is not there. Okay.
So no one's home. What happens then?
Okay, and then Jeffrey said, well, let's come up to the apartment. We have a beer about time, everything. She might be back. We drink a beer or two, you know.
Were you surprised that he had an apartment? He had just told you he came from Chicago.
He said he'd been there for 2 weeks, though, previous to that. So I guess so, you know, he said he was a photographer, you know. And I thought maybe he can afford it. He can afford it, you know.
So you go up to his apartment?
Right.
What was the first unusual
Yeah, I love the VP Rodder content. The eat, vape, sleep, repeat cycle is definitely for me.
thing that struck you about the place?
The smell of the apartment. Well, not basically the apartment. As soon as you open the hall door and go enter in the building, it had just like a smell, distasteful
The whole building? How does nobody? Well, I guess maybe they probably did.
smell, you know. Yep, and then I asked him what it was. He said it was a sewer
I think we deep dived this on Twitch one time, and we watched like a bunch of Jeffrey Dahmer documentaries.
problem.
Is that what it smelled like? Did it smell like a sewer?
You know, I don't really know. You know, it stunk bad enough, you know. I'm saying it could be plumbing or some, you know, backup closets or something.
What's
you know.
up now, man?
What floor was the apartment on?
On the second floor.
So you walk up to the apartment.
Right.
He opens the door. How many locks on?
See, you're getting it, gobbledygook. That could be a sign. This is pretty chill content. I don't see it happening here, but it could. You never know.
On the door.
I had about
The next video after this one, it could be a real, strange one.
8 locks on the front door.
Okay, so you go in. Do you immediately see things that strike you as extraordinary?
Not basically.
I see all when I was talking to her, she did mention that like she doesn't have a problem with like clipping the lore, like the Nick and Chicken lore, like when she talks about them. Like she said she emphasized that she was good with clips of that.
Yeah, and just he had a camera out there. He said it was for security purposes.
Correct, Candy. Now on Twitch, I think I wasn't quite as deep into Grace then, but like I knew I had started my reviews of her. But at that time, I didn't know, though, that she had any connection to Jeffrey Dahmer. So it was unrelated viewing, but I guess still helpful.
You know, and all the locks, you know, alarms on every door. You know, even on the bathroom door, there was alarm. On the windows, there was alarm.
Really?
Yeah. What? It's nickel-sized
So you go
sack.
inside. What happens then?
Okay. Then he offers me a beer while he said he had to go to the bedroom for a minute. He'll be back in a second. So he gave me a beer and also...
That's an interesting phrase, ATF Media. Nickel-sized sack.
Mixed me a rum and Coke, right? So I just sipped a little bit and drank just a little bit of the rum and Coke, and I started feeling nauseated, you know. Real funny. I said, well, I'm not going to drink any more of this, so I sat it down for a while, you know. Then he came in and said, you feeling pretty good yet, you know? And I thought, so I said, it's okay, you know. And then I just sipped a beer, you know.
Okay. I want you to lay out...
If you guys met up with the Thorpes, would you insist on all your drinks being sealed?
The scene now in the apartment. What's this place look like? What's unusual about what you're looking at?
No, it was neurotic acid boxes in the front. He said he cleaned it concrete with us. That was the only thing unusual in the front living room, you know. A lot of different boxes, you know.
With acid in them?
Yeah, and contained body parts also, but that at the
But
time...
you didn't know
I
that?
didn't know that at the time.
Okay, so there's...
I've been looking into that, I see all. I found a documentary when I was looking into Purple about there's like 3 feature-length documentaries about some RV stuff. I think that could be fun to watch on stream.
Boxes with acid in it, okay. What about his decorations in the apartment?
Well, he said he was an athlete at Big Tanny's, so he had some guys up there, you know, lifting weights or what have you.
Some pictures of naked men?
No, they wasn't nude in the front, only, you know, just from here up, you know, just like...
Nat, man, you would trust Grace to give you a drink? Would you trust her that she wouldn't sneeze all over your and cough all over your sandwich, though?
Like
yeah, the Huffer Purple.
Athletes, you know, so...
Nothing on...
He's back in the picture, and he's on quite a few vegan streams, or at least he's not always on them, but like, you know, he's like around. You can hear him and shit.
Usual about these photographs?
No, not really. I've seen him before, you know.
Okay. Did you think he was gay at that point?
No. He never presumed that to us at any point.
So he never came on to you?
No, he didn't even act like it. In that neighborhood, I couldn't suspect, you know, a gay guy being there.
Okay, well, if he wasn't gay...
I see all. Did you know that Vegan Patriot shared a link to one of my streams one time and put Let's Fucking Go on our community page? And it was the Prime Time with George Darunda stream. I just about died. Like, that was the perfect stream for her to promote.
Hey, was he just being your friend, Tracy?
Yeah, right.
Just
you
being
would
a
trust
buddy.
her?
Yep.
All right, so he goes into the other room, he comes out, checks on the progress, obviously, of the Mickey that he slipped you. Right. You hadn't drunk too much of it by then.
Yeah, right.
So what else are you
like
seeing? What does he make you do then?
Okay. After first we were just like talking about the fish tank. It was to the right. He was like sitting the way you were on the sofa.
Hey, Ananje.
And I was at this end. And I was leaning over like this. And then before I knew it, he had threw a handcuff on me and pulled about a 12-inch machete-like knife and put it to my heart and my armpit. You know, he told me how skilled he was and that he could kill me at any moment if I wouldn't do what he said.
That'd be nuts, man.
Did he tell you
throws a handcuff on you and pulls out a fucking machete?
Why he was doing that?
Not at that point, you know, not at that time.
Okay, well, take us through this evening of horrors. You're obviously terrified now. You've got a knife stuck in your ribs. You got a madman, got a handcuff on you. What do you do?
And then he said, oh, at that time, he said, I just want to take.
What about for a dono goal, Nat, man? Do you think she would dose you for a dono goal?
Pictures of you, you know, and stuff like that. And then he said, I want you to go in the refrigerator and get another beer. So therefore, he stood me up with the hand.
You like Purple's eye patch?
Cuff with the loose one on my hand. He grabbed that, and he still had the knife at me, and he guided me towards the refrigerator. I opened the refrigerator there, and there the...
I don't think I'd be too worried about anything in like an IRL situation, especially if everything's being streamed, just because there's such a, like, you know, I mean, I guess something could happen, but I don't know. I wouldn't really be too concerned about any kind of real drama happening.
Skulls was, and a heart, and a hand, and he said, that's beautiful, isn't it? You know?
That's debatable, Armand. Some people say so. I can tell you on stream, she definitely vapes, but that's all we see her officially on the stream. Now, there's some videos out there that, you know, you could take a look at and get a better answer, but I pretty much only know what's on the stream, and, like, at least recently all she does is vape, so I haven't seen a lot of, what would you call it? Meth allegations or anything like that recently. At least I don't think so.
What do you do? I mean, how do you react to that? It's so far beyond the pale of...
I was trying to be cool and combine meth and accusations into a word, and in my mind, like, meth accusations was a great... It really sounded great, but then when I thought about saying it, I was like, meth accusations? They're not going to know what I'm talking about.
Normal experience. I mean, how do you react looking at skulls and hands and body parts?
At that point, I couldn't really do anything. I was like just stuck. You know, he told me how great mine would be.
How great your skull would be?
Yeah. How beautiful I was. Then he started, you know, getting really
I did say, I said there are videos out there, you know, you can take a look at them and get a clearer picture than what I can give you here.
If you want to call it homosexual or freaky or whatever, start telling me how pretty I was and all this.
But recently, I haven't heard a lot of meth accusations.
You know.
But was he admiring you in a sexual way, or was he admiring you the way a hunter looks at his game? You know, another head, literally, to hang as a trophy on his wall. Or in his refrigerator. In this case.
At that point, yeah, really.
That's great. She's got Lalo, Dalmatian, Jeremy, King TL. She's got her list of conquests. She wants to put Nat Man up there, right next to all the others.
He was telling me that, and then he proceeded to tell me to go to the bedroom. He leaded me into the bedroom area. And he makes me sit on a sofa. Yeah. And then as I walked in there, I saw the bone, a skeleton, some type of bone. I didn't know if it came from an arm or a leg in a closet, you know.
Did you know immediately that what you had seen in the refrigerator were human remains?
At that point, I was so in shock, I can really tell that I wasn't sure. But it looked real.
I think VP streams, I can currently, like, I could get it if people aren't into them, but, like, to me, they're just super relaxing. Like, she gets into some, like, good cycles, and when she's out, she does a lot of, before the scooter especially, she was doing a lot of on-foot IRL, so that led to a lot. There was, like, George, the Asian parking lot mayor, and I just like that kind of, it's just kind of, like, relaxing content to me.
You know, too real not to be anything but the real thing, you know. Yeah.
And VP really is very outspoken, so if chat pisses her off, that leads to, like, some fun encounters.
Well, before you tell us what happened in the bedroom, why don't you take a break? We'll take a break.
Watched HFF yesterday? I did. I watched a lot. I watched pretty much everybody yesterday that streamed anyway.
And we'll continue an incredible discussion. You should know, ladies and gentlemen, we'll also...
Her streams are so bad. Like, I get it if you don't like them. I think it's relaxing. I think she's just kind of a, you know, I think she seems like a chill person. I think it's pretty relaxing. I don't want to call it like ASMR, but it's like kind of like it's a perfect like background thing just to like get high and chill out and have running.
We'll be meeting others whose lives were brutally touched by this monster, Jeffrey Dahmer. It is an incredible story. It is the diary today of a monster.
She asked me like how I picked like what to clip, and I was like trying hard not. I was like, don't say goon clips.
That's the focus of this edition of Geraldo. We'll be right back.
But like she's got to know. I have like multiple like hour-long plus Vegan Patriot like clothes try-on clips.
Back.
Evening. Dude, the scooter is fantastic. It sounds like an old World War II prop plane. It is so cool. It's so loud.
We'll have another update in about an hour and more in the news at 5 and 6.
I'm in my house. I've been in his house. I would have thought that it was just what he said. You know, my meat in my freezer went out. And so that's what the smell is.
That smell, that awful smell emanating from Jeffrey Dahmer's apartment in Milwaukee, not until...
Goons to sandwiches. How you doing, Michael McCafferty? Are you coping all right with all the recent drama from Grace?
Till much later did people realize the source of that killing odor, the carcasses of 11 of this
Bulimia,
madman's
yes.
victims, or what was left of them after he finished.
I don't know, I guess you'd have to say I directly caused it, but I was talking to Rich and Joy about Grace, and like I think one of Grace's qualities that I like about her is that she can really, you know, when she's at like a restaurant, she can really eat. And there was a great clip of her at Cracker Barrel where like she ate all of her food and then she was like eating Lalo's food because he's a really weird eater on stream. So I just mentioned that, and then I meant for them to watch it for like, you know, for content, just to react to, because it was like, you know, it was a funny, entertaining clip. And then that got into like the bulimia issue. And so Joy made a video diagnosing Grace as bulimic, and it led to like it was a short arc, but it was a very entertaining arc of like HFF versus the Thorpes.
Finished his macabre snacking. With me now, a worldwide television exclusive interview, Tracy Edwards, the man who was doomed to become Jeffrey Dahmer's 18th victim. Before the commercial break, Tracy had taken us through his meeting with Dahmer, his initial encounter in the front rooms of Dahmer's chamber.
That's one thing you have to say about HFF is when something happens, like they are right on it. They've got a video about it. They've got a live stream about it. Because they stream so much, they're able to be like really topical on like drama and stuff that's going on.
Number of horrors. Now Dahmer has taken you into the
healthy
bedroom. You have a handcuff on your left hand. He's got the machete, the 12-inch knife in his other hand, sticking into your ribs.
A low point in content with the Grace bulimia stuff. That was a great storyline.
What does he do?
Okay. Then he shows me some pictures. He said, I want to see some. Show.
And then it led to that, in my opinion, a really good interview by Grace on Lol Cow Rejects of Jedi Joy that to me really showcased what the show could have been. But, you know.
Do something. You could look better than these pictures. You know, you're the star one so far, he told me.
And so, the pictures were?
Of mutilated bodies, people handcuffed, you know, like he had been eating on them.
Used to steal like from Sizzler?
I couldn't really tell, but it just looked like they had portions taken out of their body, you know. It's all over.
You know, you mentioned being partially drugged. You also mentioned being absolutely stunned and in shock, but I wonder right now, the fear must have been passing through you like nausea. I mean, describe it for us.
Well, I got to a point where I was so fearful, you know, that I just asked my God, why am I here, you know? Why? So then it seemed like that something came over me, channeled me, you know, and everything I said to this person was like really him, you know, directing me, telling me what to do and how to
Oh my gosh. Well, you deleted it, so I won't repeat it.
act with this person,
It was a great comment, though.
you know. And then I just start talking to him,
Amazing.
reasoning with him, you know, because he was telling me things like, you'll never leave me, okay? You'll be a permanent part of me. Yeah, once I eat your heart, you know, you'll never leave me, you know.
So what he's saying here, this idea that if once someone comes into this apartment, that's it, right? Like, he wants them to be like mindless zombie slaves, or just the idea that eating them, they would permanently be a part of him. I think that's where Ben connects Grace with Jeffrey Dahmer, right? Is that she wants him to be, from his perspective, I'm saying, not from my perspective, from Ben's perspective, is that Grace wants him, you know, wants to drill into his brain and, you know, give him a lobotomy and make him like a mindless, you know, just to serve her and keep her company. You know what I mean? I think that's the Dahmer essence of what Ben's saying.
No.
He threatened to eat your heart.
Yeah, he told me he would.
And he meant it literally.
Yes.
All right, he shows you the pictures of the other victims, the mutilated, partially consumed bodies of the other victims. What happens then, Tracy?
Okay, then he tells me to lay on the floor face down, okay? But for some reason...
Let me ask you this, He-Man. Were you a worker at Sizzler at the time, or did you just know someone who worked there?
I just couldn't let him do that, you know. He just handcuffed me. So I kind of laid on my side, like, right.
What's up, Randy
And then he lays
Wanzer?
across me and asked me to let him listen to my heartbeat.
Top chatter, Randy Wanzer.
Or whatever. So he puts his head on me, you know. And then I knew then that he was going to really start going off. I had to think of something, so I told him I had to use the restroom. Okay, so he takes the knife, like, sticks it in my back and walks me to the bathroom and watch me use the restroom, you know. And then he proceeds, after that, we go back to the bedroom and I'm talking with him, you know, telling him that I was a friend.
So I think we talked about it briefly earlier, but was his life saved by the fact that he just sipped it instead of chugging it, where he did, you know, where it wasn't able to take as much effect, which gave him that little bit of a window of maybe, you know, of being able to get out of there? He was not a victim of fermented beverages. He was a conqueror of fermented beverages.
You know, that I'm not here to hurt him or anything like that. I knew at that point I had to take some type of charge to let him know that I was sincere, you know.
I was going to say, I feel like steakhouse waitresses back in the day, they just hit different.
Yeah, so I kind of unbuttoned my shirt for him and everything to let him realize that, feel comfortable. And all the time I was thinking about jumping out the window or would I go through the door or whatever, you know, because it was a life and death. I knew then the smell and everything was death, you know. And then he tells me to go to this barrel-like thing where he has this different body parts. Like,
what'd you see, man?
I saw
interesting mother
cut off of penises, things of this nature, hearts, hands, and things like that. Yep, and he's watching The Exorcist tape is playing, and he's
The Exorcist?
Right.
He's playing The Exorcist tape?
Yep, he told me this was the best movie out, you know, enjoying that, and he told me I should view it.
Was it The Exorcist, or was it The Exorcist 3? Or was it 2? I think it was one of the sequels that he watched, because that was kind of an interesting wrinkle in it, but maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
For a moment, and then he opens a file cabinet drawer that's right on the side of the bed with one hand and keeps the knife up under my heart with the other one, and it's the skeleton head in the cabinet, and he goes rubbing on it, you know, and then he'll look at the movie for a moment.
Oh, did you see that lady? Pervert. What a pervert. How sick.
Oh my God.
That lady is filth.
And then he made me lay back on the floor. And he's just looking at me. He put the knife up under my groin area, you know. And then it's like he's just sizing me up or what have you, you know, looking at different parts of my chest, things like that. Yeah, and he said, you're gonna be this beautiful for me, you know.
It's like a real-life Silence of the Lambs this time. It's unbelievable. So how'd you get out of there?
Sickening.
Okay. Then when he was doing that, I said, I'm drinking too much beer. I knew I had to get up again. I said, well, let's go to the bathroom again. And I had talked to him and everything, you know, and he felt more easier with me. You know, but then he told me at a point, though, that either I would have to kill him or he would kill me, you know. Yeah, but it got to that point. I said, well, I'll take your pictures or what have you. I'll let you handcuff me. But first, let me go to the bathroom and get another beer. Okay? So he kind of guides me in there and leave me there this time with the door closed. And he's standing in the hallway like, yeah, so I walked there. And then I said, give me a beer, okay? And so he kind of guides me over there. And then he had an air conditioner in the front living room, which the back room was really hot. I said, well, let's sit up here for a moment and get a breath of fresh air, because it's really hot.
I did a long, like back in like 2013 or 2014, I did whenever I went on a first date with a girl, she said we could watch whatever, so we watched a Serbian film on a first date.
Hot, then I go and pose for you, or what have you. So we sit on the sofa again, right? And he's sitting there in like a transcendent state, like rocking like some type of ritual or what have you, okay? And so at that point, I was contemplating then. I said, well, I'm gonna have to do something now. Either he's gonna kill me anyway, so I might as well at least die trying, okay? At least get out trying or whatever, because I wasn't gonna stand there. So he was just sitting there like I wasn't even there no more, in a transcendent state, just rocking and nodding, you know, and stuff like that. And then I said, well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and he didn't respond right at that moment, okay? So I stood up, right? And I hit him in the head, like he was sitting just the same exact place as you are. And he had his head like turned more to the side, like. So I hit him right here. Okay, so I hit him right here. And his head turned over, and as I was getting...
I don't even remember her, to be honest. That's the most interesting thing about her was that. So, I mean, maybe I'm just a bad person.
Getting up, I kicked him in the face, because I guess he didn't know I had martial arts experience too. From my brother and my father, which, you know, and everything like that. And then I ran towards the door. And I was trying, I guess God was with me, because I didn't even know which lock to turn.
Which of those 8 locks?
And I had put my hand on the right lock.
Only one was locked?
That one, he had that one locked, and one deadbolt lock, but you had your...
No, there's just a movie, Gobbledygook, that's just called a Serbian film. For a while, it was considered like one of the most, like, offensive films ever made, or whatever.
Choice. And I made the right choice, so God had to be with me. As I was turning the door, I saw him swinging a blade at me.
Well, since it was one of the Exorcist sequels that, like, people usually shit on, he probably could really set him off by being like, well, everybody's right about this piece of shit. What a piece of garbage. He'd be like, no, The Exorcist 2 is great.
Right above my head area, so I ducked and I spun and I hit him in the groin area. And then he kind of just like, it was like a glancing blow. It really didn't hurt him all that much. So he got up as I was turning the knobs to reach and grab my arm again, you know, and then I had to hit him again. And it just looked like, sit back and come back, you know, and told me that, you know. After he started grabbing me as I was going out the door.
You pull yourself
Exorcist
away.
3, I was going to say, Exorcist 2, you could probably make a decent case for. Exorcist 3 appeals to people like me that like just terrible movies.
Down one flight of stairs.
Right.
You're in the streets.
Right.
You run into a cop car right away?
I have reviewed it several times over the years. I don't know that I don't remember if I made a video review of it or not, but I definitely have it on my website. I've got a text review, and then I think I've probably done it like doing freelance for other sites over the years. But yeah, I love Caligula.
Yeah, as soon as I get out, first one I was
Caligula's there's something we could watch sometime. Not that movie, unfortunately, but we could watch like a documentary about Caligula.
Through the hall, I guess the people heard the struggle in the building. They asked me what was going on. I was so much in shock, I couldn't say anything.
Fermented urine thrown on his face?
I just kept running until I saw the cops. It was like a half a block as I got outside, you know. Yep, and the cops was there then.
And what'd you say? Who said what to who? You know, whom?
Okay, I stopped the cops. I came up to them. But should I have my attorney up here since cases is pending?
Just introduce yourself.
Yes, this is S.A. Salat.
I feel like one of the easiest ways, because there are people who, even though were not involved in it or whatever, if you tell them you didn't like whatever movie, they get really mad. I think one of the most effective ways to piss people off in that situation is to call it pretentious. Like, that really upsets people. Because then it's like, you're not just casting judgment on the movie, you're casting judgment on the people who watch it and enjoy it. Because if they enjoy pretentious stuff, they're either going to take it that you're saying they're a moron who's falling for this, or that you find them to be pretentious, which is really upsetting to those type of individuals.
The attorney representing Mr. Tracy Edwards in his action against the city of Milwaukee. At that point...
Terrifier, yeah. There's like, okay, so there's All Hallows Eve, All Hallows Eve 2, and then the 3 Terrifier movies. So I got to go back. Did I review the first one? I think I might have reviewed the first one. So I'll just, if I'm going to do Terrifier, though, I've got to do the All Hallows Eve ones too, or whatever it is.
Point in time when Tracy ran down the stairs, the officers were parked on the street. He sought their help. They denied him that help. They forced Mr.
Hold on, Nat Man. You're saying you would hang out on the RV and you've never heard of fermented urine? Both people on the RV have piss jugs, my man. You know there's fermented urine in that joint.
Edwards to walk back up to the apartment after ridiculing him, asking him, who did you know? Which one of us did you escape from? Because he had a handcuff on. What are you, some type of homosexual in this area? He said, no, my life was just...
What are you, some kind of homosexual in this area? That's an interesting line of questioning.
About to be taken upstairs. They said, well, go up there and tell him to take the handcuffs off. He walks upstairs by himself, no assistance from the Milwaukee Police Department, knocks on the door, Dahmer's opened the door and said, come in. I'll take the handcuffs off. Mr. Edwards, in fear again, runs back downstairs, tells the officer he won't take the handcuffs off. He wants me to come back in. I cannot go back in there. He would kill me. And at that time, there's only one officer come upstairs to seek to give him some assistance, and you can take him back.
I'm smoking Rocky Road. Like, it's okay, but it's not really sending me... once this episode ends, I'm going to switch strains.
Back into inside the apartment, what happened?
All right, as we go back inside,
good. It's
right,
just not loud.
me and one officer, the other one was coming through there. So I sit and he asks Dahmer, was he some type of freak or something?
I'm looking to be in the stratosphere with Dusty Rhodes and Ole Anderson.
You know, Dahmer agreed with this man. If he said he was, I guess he thought I was, if it's just a homosexual thing or something like that, they'll just forget about it or whatever. He was all cool and calm. Yep. And then the other officer comes upstairs and they asked him where the key is. He told him it's in the bedroom or something.
Well, Geraldo, I walked up to the hotel room door and I knocked, but no one answered. So I went and looked through the window and I saw a very tall gentleman, an ogre-type gentleman, spread out on the bed wearing bondage appliances and with lipstick all over his chest.
You know, yeah. But he didn't want the officers to go in there. One was trying to go in. He went in the bedroom and Dahmer got real violent and aggressive. You know, he turned back into the person I was telling him about, because at first the cops would not let me talk. They was telling me to shut up. You know, simple as that. I couldn't say anything.
And remember, like, this is not the first time the police have been approached by someone who's running out of this guy's apartment and, you know, in extreme duress. So, like, it's not even like they'd be like, oh, well, that kind of thing never happens around here. Like, it literally has happened with Jeffrey Dahmer to these same police officers.
You know, until that point, and the officer one went in there and the other one had to just grab Dahmer and throw him on the floor. And the other guy came out with pictures, you know, of the mutilated bodies. Yeah. And then they believed me. I told them where one knife was, because I had managed to slip one knife away from this guy. He had knives like strapped in all different areas of his body, you know. And I didn't know if he had a gun or not. I didn't know when to make the right move or anything of that nature.
Did the cops check out the refrigerator?
No, one officer opened the refrigerator and he threw up. He threw up. And I'm surprised I didn't throw up. It's just like God was with me. I didn't have time for panicking. I was so fearful then.
You're a lucky man.
You know.
Whatever was in the beer because he sipped it, it relaxed his mind just enough to let him avoid the panic of the situation, which I can believe that. Like, if I was on a heavy indica, I would actually be able to handle like a traumatic situation better because my brain is like not going a million miles an hour, so I can like actually critically think. But like he drank just enough to get a benefit, but not be like, he didn't go over the threshold to where it fucked him over.
The conduct of the Milwaukee Police Department in this case, as you all know, is under intense scrutiny right now. Was it the fact that they thought this was a gay thing that made them so disinterested? Was it because most of the victims were minority people?
Geraldo always makes sure he has the largest tie in the room to establish dominance.
What was it that caused them to essentially downplay or ignore these cries for help? All that will be litigated and in court and in public hearings in the months and weeks to come. Our story, though, is not that story. Our story is the human aspect of this, and coming up, you'll meet more people whose lives were touched by Jeffrey Dahmer.
I don't know. I can't even take movies seriously anymore. I tried to watch... I don't know. I mean, there are still modern movies that I like and I'll watch, but like, I just don't have the same affinity for them. Maybe it's just because I'm getting like super old now, but like, I feel like everything is just like super polished and super like, nothing has like rough edges anymore. Everybody kind of like, we always comment watching this old stuff how interesting everyone in every part of this looks, and I just feel like there's really not that anymore. Like, I feel like everybody's kind of like samey or trying to be like the next whoever, but that's probably just boomer shit. But I don't know what one. I heard that a guy gave like an incredibly long speech. That's all I really heard about it. And that people were really upset because some Palestinian movie won a documentary or something and won a documentary award. And there were people who were really mad because not everyone in the audience stood up, like when they went up to accept. Thanks, Dave's channel. I'm so high when I make those movie reviews, I don't even know half the time, like... Sometimes I feel like I'm making them and I'm off on like a tangent that's wholly unrelated, but I just end up posting them anyway.
Diary of a Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, our soul.
Yeah, I've got the substance on one of the services I have. I have it on the watch list. I just have a bunch of stuff checked out from the library right now. I got to get through.
Full focus today.
Mr. Edwards.
Including all of the Revenge of the Nerds movies. What else did I check out? I got the 4 lowest rated Jean-Claude Van Damme movies on IMDb.
Why did you go back upstairs? I would have wanted to get arrested by those police. I would have done anything to stop from having to go back to that apartment.
Well, really, I tried my best to obey laws, you know. So they suggested it to me at that time. I was in such shock. I just done what they told me without even thinking, you know. Well, they say, go ask the guy to take it off of you. So I went upstairs to do such, you know. Really.
So you went back. That is... I agree with the young lady. I think that's one of the most incredible parts of the entire story, that you would be forced, after escaping and realizing what it is that you were escaping from, be forced to go back into that same, into harm's way one more time. I want to play...
Maybe when I'm super old, I'll look back on this, because I'll be honest with you, like, a lot of stuff that we, like, 90s movies and stuff, like, at the time... It was kind of like, man, this is not really as good as the shit from the 80s. But now looking back, I'm like, oh my God, this stuff was so much better than I remember. So maybe I just have to get enough distance away from it. And then we'll be able to do streams in like 20 years looking back on today's content with that like nostalgic whimsy. Is being sober an unusual feeling for you? I mean, I wouldn't care for it. Any Jean-Claude Van Damme movie is a good movie.
Right now, you know, we have this 1-9.
Oh, and I also got a Steven Seagal movie. What was it called? I don't know.
100 Speak Up number. You just saw it during that last commercial break. We have thousands of people calling in every week with ideas for stories and with personal testimonials. I want to play a call right now that came from a lady named Keely Favors Watkins. Here it is.
Geraldo, my name is Keely Favors. I had called you asking for help in finding my cousin who was missing in Milwaukee. Now he's one of the victims in the Milwaukee murder cases. Please call us. We have a story to tell. Thank you.
And here is Keely Favors Watkins right now. She is the cousin of Errol Lindsay, one of Jeffrey Dahmer's 17 victims. She called our 900 number this past summer, first looking for help when Errol was...
This Steven Seagal movie is called Born to Raise Hell. Martial arts legend Steven Seagal stars in Born to Raise Hell, an explosive portrait of drug trafficking in Eastern Europe and international task force dedicated to stopping it. When a bloody street war claims the life of one of his officers, Interpol agent Samuel Axel, played by Steven Seagal, will stop at the nothing to avenge the violent death, even if it means forming an alliance with one of the criminals he's sworn to take down. Get ready. That's going to definitely be some pussy, by the way, that he's going to team up with from the criminals. Get ready for a gritty thrill ride filled with full throttle action adventure. Wow.
Was missing, and later to inform us, as you just heard, that he had been murdered by this monster. Sitting alongside her is Errol's mom. This is Mildred Lindsay. She last saw Errol on April 7th of 1991. As she went off to church, he went to get a key made 2 blocks from Dahmer.
I agree, Nat, man. Like, I've spent the majority of my life dedicated to, like, watching and kind of doing for movies what we do for all this stuff now, but, like, I just don't have the... I don't have the passion for the newer stuff. 'Cause like that, I watched that Aladdin movie because I want to see Will Smith as the genie, and everything in it was just so super, super, super like smoothed out that it just looked too like it looked amazing on one hand, but like I didn't buy any of it. Like I'd never for a second did I forget that I was watching a movie, which to me is a problem.
Dahmer's apartment. That was the last Mildred saw of her son.
Bloodsport is definitely iconic, a masterpiece. Canon Films.
Errol. Sitting next to Mildred is Pat Snyder. Pat Snyder is a family friend of the Dahmers from Akron, Ohio. She has known this family for years. Now, she also called our 900 number to shed some light on Jeff Dahmer's background. She also has a very interesting tale to tell. And the man who is behind the screen to protect his anonymity, we will call him, for purposes of this broadcast, Nick. Nick says that he actually met Jeff.
Yeah, I think you're right, Anand J, with this idea, this undefinable thing. It's the difference to me of why someone who I know has a good voice and can do a really good version of a song, like Will Smith can hit an Aladdin song. But in the movie, it's just like, there's nothing behind it at all. It sounds fine, but you know that it could be like so much. It could be so much more. But it's just, I don't know. Maybe they don't care. They just want it to be like as palatable as possible. But then you watch something like Grace singing when she gets like really into it and is like wailing. Like that's a million times more entertaining to me than the Will Smith thing, because like at least Grace is going, like she's putting her ovaries into it.
Jeff. In a bar in 1985. He and Jeff Dahmer, he tells us, ended up living together
Frank Dukes
for a few months. So that is a unique perspective in this, I think, very gripping broadcast. Next, an old friend of ours, Jack Levin. Jack is an expert in this whole field of murder. He is a professor of sociology at Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. He is the co-author of Mass Murder, a new paperback. The paperback version, rather, is just out. Jack is here to, if possible, put this guy in some kind of perspective. But I want to go first to you, Mom, to Mildred, and ask, it's a terrible, terrible tragedy whenever a child is lost. And when a child is the victim of violent crime and murder, it's a horrifying thing. But it would seem to me that it would be even worse given the horrific nature of the crime in Errol's case and the case of all 17 victims. How did you respond
Kangaroo Jack.
Upon finding that this man was not
Oh my God, remember that movie, Kangaroo Jack? I think I already reviewed that, though.
merely a murderer, but a monster?
When he hits that clap and his whole body just goes fluid into it, that's Keno. You can't buy that.
I just can't understand what really happened. How did he meet Earl?
That's good to hear, He-Man. I feel like Grace does too, except when it comes to like boring, like bureaucracy, Thorpe Corp work. But I feel like whenever she does most content, like she pretty much she's up for pretty much anything.
Because Earl, he wasn't the type that talked to just anybody. And he didn't go nowhere. He went to work and back home.
What do you mean you could get much better looking girls than Grace? Who's better looking than Grace? There's only one original version of her with all of the flaws. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if she's as real as it gets, but it's as real as we can get. I think Grace is as close, well, in her heightened reality state.
But this was just on a Sunday evening, 6:30. Earl came downstairs and said, "Mama, I'm going to have me a door key made." So I told him, he said, "I'll see you when you get back." When I get back, so I said, "Earl, I'll probably be at church when you come back." He said, "Well, Mama, I'll see you when you get back then." So he went on and he got right to I was sitting on the back porch.
Better looking than Grace, and that man playing a dangerous game with the band hammer.
Earl got to the driveway and then finally got to the street. And it was the funniest thing. I don't know if Earl felt death or what. But
it's impossible for me to determine Grace's attractiveness just because I see her as kind of like a mythic figure. So I don't really think of her as in that kind of a way.
He had been acting strange all that week. And he got to the sidewalk and he looked back at me. He backed up some. And he looked at me for about 10 minutes, smiling. I said, "Earl, what are you smiling about?" He just looked at me, and finally he just went on.
Oh, John Douglas is definitely a legit expert. Well, he's as expert as you can be, I think. I like to say that people have there's a phrase, weighted opinion. It doesn't mean that like they're always right, but it means that if you're like in a situation where you're deciding between two people, even if it's something that is subjective, one of the two could have like a weighted opinion. Like that's kind of like saying expert, but when you say expert, people tend to think like infallible, which I don't like. So I just think saying that someone has like a weighted opinion, then you at least know, like, okay, so they know what they're talking about, but we shouldn't take this as like gospel.
Kylie, when you called and said you had a tale to tell,
I'm obsessed. Well, that's what I mean. Like it's transcended the idea of like gooning. Like Grace is like a mythical deity type character to me at this point.
can you tell us the headline of that story? What is it that most outrages you?
Well, first of all, I wanted to say that I've watched my aunt and my cousins, her other 5 children, go through a very traumatic, thing right now with our family. And right now, most of the family feels remorse for Jeffrey Dahmer, except for me, because I cannot get past being mad at the system first. Jeffrey Dahmer was not allowed to do anything that the police and the judicial system, as far as I'm concerned, did not allow him to do. My aunt called me. I live in Dayton, and she called my mom and myself in Dayton on maybe about April the 10th, after he had been missing for 3 days, and she was...
You prefer to think that the gooning references are satirical? Ben told her one time, I don't have the clip, and I don't think anyway, but Ben had an interesting take on me one time, and he said that, like, he was talking about Hooplandia, which if you're not familiar with Hooplandia, to me it's the greatest live stream of all time. The Ben arrest is, I think, like, technically like the greatest one, but I think the best one in terms of art is the Hooplandia stream. And so I always put it over, and Ben one time was like, Grace, it's almost like Mark is building up Hooplandia as like a, ironically. And then he's like, but I don't think he would do that. And I'm like, come on, Ben.
Was upset, and she was crying, and she wanted to be sure that before she called any family members that something was actually wrong. And immediately upon her calling us, we knew right away that we felt in our hearts that Earl was dead, because this was something, like she said, he did not do. He was a mama's boy, and he wouldn't even go to a friend's house without calling back home just to check to see what mom was doing. So we knew something was wrong. No one had seen him. He hadn't called home.
What did the response? What was your response?
I arrived in Milwaukee April 12th, and upon my arrival there, my aunt had already filed a missing persons complaint at the police department. The police department told my aunt that Errol was 19 years old, and he was grown, and he could come and go as he pleases, and they were not going to look for him.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
If finding women attractive is goonish, then you're a goon. Well, the problem with that logic is someone like Savvy Guy would say that people who celebrate women are foolish because they're creating hoflation.
Diary of a Monster, a man who obviously used the system to get his clutches on 17 innocent victims, almost 18.
Those eggplant shoes 100% are going to be in the Grace Museum for sure. Those are, to me, are the most iconic item, even though I don't think she maybe brought them out a couple times after that, but that's like, well, no. The NCO is to me is the holy grail, but the eggplant shoes are way up there.
Including Tracy. We'll be right back.
She also throws a real bratty temper tantrum whenever they want her to go back and get the shoes painted on, and she has some colorful, racially insensitive language about it.
Diary of a Monster.
Hi, I would like to know what period of
Hey, what's up, King TL?
time these murders were committed, when they started, and when was the last one?
Well, he started shortly after graduating high school in 1978 in Ohio. That's actually where, Pat, you knew the family. You still know the family, yeah, although you have left them.
I spoke to Sherry last week.
Sherry Dahmer.
Sherry Dahmer is Jeffrey's stepmother.
Stepmom. So he started shortly after high school. Before we get too far, either Mildred or Kylie, do either of you know really how Dahmer killed Errol?
You want me to? We got the police transcripts with his confessions to the killings of...
Did she come straight from prom?
15 of the 17 boys. He said that, well, after I got to Milwaukee, we talked to the man at the key shop where Earl went, and he told us that he had seen Earl, but he acted like he was in a hurry to leave. And so according to the transcript, the story really all fits together because Dahmer said that he met Errol outside of the key shop.
Hall of Fame mustache on Geraldo? Absolutely.
And offered him, asked him would he be interested in doing some odd jobs for him for $50. Earl then went into the key shop and had the key made quickly, as the key shop man said, and came back out. And Jeffrey Dahmer told him to come to his apartment with him. He'd give him more details about it. So when he went into the apartment, he said he gave Earl a beer, which he had slipped a Mickey in.
To me, that entire stream up until they leave the area, and then I think right after they leave, after Hooplandia part of the stream ends, is when there's like a little bit of driving, and then it's Johnny Somali. But I think the Hooplandia stream is fantastic. I think it's so, to me, you could make a movie out of it. And when I was talking about doing that IRL like pop-up art thing, like showing people streamers as like art, that would have been like a good one for feature length, but I don't have the raw footage anymore. I only have the video of me like commenting on it, unfortunately.
You know, whatever he used. And Earl took one sip and was knocked out instantly. After he was knocked out, he strangled him. And after he died, he had oral sex with him. And then he dismembered his body.
How did they know it was him?
How did they know it was Earl?
Earl, yeah.
The dental records identified his skull, and fingerprints identified the hands.
So Tracy probably saw Earl's mortal remains.
Uh-oh, this lady's got a lot to say.
Tracy, do you feel a sense of bonding with this family, with these victims?
Yep. Everyone that's up here, really, yeah. Period.
If this had been going on for quite some time, him living in a multiple dwelling, didn't anybody report the smell and the odor? And I'm sure there must have been a lot of noise over a period of time.
The odor, it was reported that they had been smelling a stench in the air at those apartments for over a year.
Oh,
and
man. There's a documentary, I know for sure we watched it on Twitch, but they're talking to one of his neighbors that was actually like really good friends with him. And there's a certain point in the interview where I guess she had never really thought about it before, but they asked her if she thought that he put any like human remains into the food that they ate, because she ate with him frequently. Like, and there's just a moment like on camera where you can see that like she's like, oh my God, like she had never even considered that, which is wild. But like the realization is just, it's such a traumatic thing to even like see it. It just really registers on her face.
They said that one of the neighbors who I talked to said that they reported this to the police, and the police didn't come out and investigate it. The neighbors were complaining, saying that it smelled like a dead...
What is it, against the law to stink? Have to shower now?
Animal or something. And they also reported saying that they heard sawing and screaming at all times.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understand if the cops are like, this is, this is up to let the landlord deal with a smell. But when someone says, yo, I heard screaming and sawing. Sawing is a very distinct sound. Like, I feel like at that point, the cops should have been like, someone heard sawing? Okay, yeah. Maybe they thought maybe they were like, oh, they're just working on a new section of the apartment or something.
Of the night, so I really couldn't tell you what was on the tenant's mind. I blame them as well.
I want to get to Jack to give us some sense.
That lady realizing that reminded me of that amazing scene in Grizzly Man, whenever Werner Herzog is listening to the sounds of Tim Treadwell being eaten by the bears. And like, we can't hear it. We can only hear like his reaction to it.
Of sanity to this insane act. First, let me just ask,
because he's with somebody who was good friends with Tim Treadwell, and she wants to listen, but she can't, but she knows that she shouldn't, so she refuses to listen to it. So he listens to it kind of so she can hear it vicariously through him, and it's a really powerful scene, but it's also like it's a really like traumatic scene, it feels like.
Nick, 31 years old. Is it fair to say, Nick, that you were Jeffrey Dahmer's former lover?
Geraldo, at the time that I met him, it was not as so-called lovers, but more off as a relationship, semi-regular.
How long did it last, Nick?
It began in the end of June, beginning of July in 1985 for approximately 2.5 months.
When was his first killing in Milwaukee?
Werner Herzog has some really interesting ideas. He thinks that like art should not move forward with Like that when the art, well, like basically when the people who were from the era the art was made are all gone, that the art should go away, or even before that, like that basically we should not be building art on top of old art, which I kind of get, but it's just an interesting take. He has a lot of interesting takes, though.
To my knowledge?
Yes.
I don't have one.
I think it was shortly after.
You must throw the audio into the trash. You must never listen to this.
You two broke up.
That's what everything has been leading to.
He's not a documentarian in like the traditional sense. He finds most things to be disposable, it seems like.
To point to.
Is your ex-lover someone you recognize in these tales of grisly horror?
Geraldo, no. I can't go against what has been proven and said, but at the time that I knew Jeff Dahmer, it would have been, to this day, I can't fathom it being true, although I'm sure it is. But the time that I knew him, it's a total opposite personality.
You were even in his grandma's house, weren't you?
That's where I first met Jeff.
Were you in the basement where he allegedly killed 3 people?
Yes, Geraldo, I was.
Anything? You see any chemistry sets there? Any acid?
No, in my discussions of this, there was no indications to the effect of anything that would lead me to give me a flag for personal safety or even concern.
Well, let me ask you right now, Nick, how you feel about not being victim, I don't know how many he had killed in Ohio, I forget, but one of his victims, one of his early victims. Do you feel lucky?
Well, after hearing Tracy's story, I consider myself damn lucky.
A documentarian in the Greek sense, yeah. I don't know. He just has a. If you get a chance, if you like to read, or you like, to read about interesting people, he's got his book, which is called like Every Man for Himself and All Against God, or something like that. It's a really interesting book.
Damn lucky is right. That's probably the classic
I'm going to do a review of it make a video when I'm done with it. I'm reading the autobiography of Curtis Armstrong, who played Booger in Revenge of the Nerds.
Statement for this season. Got to take a break. We'll talk to Pat, who knew the family when, still does. Jack Levin, to put it in perspective more with our worldwide television exclusive with Tracy Edwards.
You know what? The dude that wouldn't cam up, that's what it reminded me of, are the people that come on the panels, but they won't show their face. Like, that's what that was kind of like. Geraldo gave him an out and let him take the cope way by hiding behind the shower wall thing.
I want to ask Pat Snyder right away, the friend of the family.
Whoa, is that Andy Milanakis?
How long have you known the Dahmers, Pat?
Well, I've known Sherry a minimum of 20 years when I moved from West Virginia to Ohio to go to Kent State. And that's where I met, not at Kent, I didn't meet Sherry at Kent State, but I met her while I was in Kent working.
Was this a dysfunctional family in your experience?
I wouldn't even call it a family. To me, I feel guilt, and I really struggle with it.
You see Stephen? I don't see Stephen David in the chat. I know he would show up in the chat. Oh, you're asking if he's here. I was like, man, somebody better not have banned Stephen David.
Went into a crying spasm till my husband had to take me to a doctor's just a few nights ago, because in retrospect, I saw this coming and I didn't stop it. Something wonderful happens to a woman when she becomes a mother. Women who are not mothers can also be wonderful, but mothers are special. Through no fault of her own, Sherry Jordan never was able to have children. So when she told me she was going to marry Lionel, I said, Sherry, here's your chance. You don't have to be pregnant. You don't have to
You're watching TV6. It's 71 degrees outside, and it's 3:46 in the afternoon.
do anything. You got two handsome
1991.
sons. You can have that family now.
Free Stephen. He would never. I would never
But
allow that.
she called them her nemesis. And never once when we were at lunch or when we were out with the girls shopping, all the rest of us talking about our families, never once did she ever mention the children other than to say she definitely just...
Well, I opened the book up and just looked, just to see what kind of like what the writing style was like. And it was him talking about he was watching Tom Cruise run through groupies at a hotel.
Despised David. She called him her nemesis, and she said Jeff was just no damn good. Those are her words.
No damn good.
And Lionel has
rope.
His PhD in chemistry.
Just hearing that reminds me of the other day when Ben was really going in on Grace. And he talked about the very late term abortion.
And it's the same old story. College boy meets girl, and girl puts boy through school, and when boy gets PhD, boy dumps wife and gets new wife. Well, only the law took a dim view of that. And Lionel had to pay for his ex-wife's education and also child support for David. And that just killed Cherry. She just could not accept it.
Was she a wicked stepmother?
She is the epitome of a wicked stepmother.
You had a question
wow,
for Nick?
Geraldo.
Yes, I do, because there's been some conflict, Nick. I don't want to pry into your affairs too much, but this is really bothering me.
Oh, wow. She is using some Ben tactics here, dropping the first name like that. It's kind of a power move.
When this story first broke in the papers, I still have family in Ohio, and I've kept up with this very closely, that Jeffrey had been molested when he was 8 years old by a neighbor, and that once when he was with you, he got drunk and told you that indeed it was his father and not a neighbor who molested him.
I'd get up and tear that down. I'd be like, you show yourself. We should all be on an equal footing. We're all putting ourselves out there.
Is that true, Nick?
Yes, it is.
Jeffrey Dahmer told you that his father...
Oh, she called him out. Dude, she doxed him. No. Oh, no.
Father molested him?
In the course of our relationship, I guess, I was inquisitive into the background of his life because he had no family. He did, but he did not claim any. He had a lot of hate and nothing good to say about it. And there was a time I asked, what was
I love that she's calling out the guy that's hiding his identity.
your first sexual experience, basically, to find a way, how it developed into homosexual or heterosexual, etc. And he broke down and he told me for several years that he was abused by his father sexually.
Is his father still alive?
His father's still alive.
All right, then I've got to say this. I've got to say, his father's not here to defend himself. We're hearing one side of the story. We make no...
We're only getting one side of the
no
story.
statement as to the veracity of the charge, the horrible charge you just heard.
Okay.
But I'm sure that Jack can factor that into his analysis, which comes next. I've got to take a break. I'm sorry.
That's Philip. That lady was nuts, man. She was great content. I've got a problem with you, Nick. Come on, man. All right. This one I've really been wanting to watch. It's February 25th, 1993. How to tell if your child is a budding serial killer. And with Grace ramping up, I think it was finally time for us all to take a look at this and see what we think. No program info today. Allegedly.
Well, don't look now, but they think they may be able to anticipate people who are serial killers before they go out and kill people by analyzing their hair. This isn't funny. They can tell if you have a biochemical imbalance in the brain causing antisocial behavior in which you do things in which you don't give a damn what the effect of your action is. Now, we're going to talk to a man who wrote a book about a man who killed 16 women in the Rochester area, is now doing 250 years in prison, and the
Shark eyes?
psychiatrist who examined him, and whether or
Good
not
shit.
he had the kind of thing we might be looking for that will
The Grace Vacant stare is amazing.
enable us to anticipate behavior
Very
of
cinematic.
this horrendous kind. Before we do that, meet Marina. Here is a divorced mother of one child from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Her child was born premature. Her child bit 4 playmates in kindergarten, drew blood on some occasions. Here is a woman who has been talking to herself and terrified as she looks at the behavior of her own
This is a woman who's been talking to herself and is terrified.
child. Am I overstating it so far, Marina?
Not a bit.
This has been a nightmare for you.
This has been a nightmare.
How much did he weigh at birth?
2.5 pounds.
He's now 6.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say his energy here, even in the intro, was kind of off. It seemed like he was trying to be like a little bit more of like a carnival barker than normal.
And he did the telephone message, didn't he, for you?
Yes, he did.
Here is her beautiful child in his loveliest personality on
Oh,
their
boy,
phone
here we
message
go.
machine, and then I want to show you another tape.
Oh
Watch
no, this is gonna be
Listen.
rough.
Hi, this is Corey Marina's phone. Please leave a message, and I love you, whoever you are, and please call and leave a message. Bye. It's Corey Marina.
Hey, Avery.
That's not how he is all the time, though, is it?
Not a bit.
You took a videotape of him.
I did.
Did you explain to him why you were taking the tape?
Oh
He knew that I was going to be on your show, and he was upset about it. So he was angry. He told me he was going to take a lineman's pliers and cut
Conflicting
down every
cassette
wire
tapes.
to every TV, and then when the repairman came, he was going to shoot him dead.
So there's a lot of talk about death, and there's a reference to turning the heat on and burning your face and so on. Here's the tape.
Oh boy.
Don't throw things.
You jerk!
Why am I a jerk?
Because you just are!
Why?
You're the worst mother I ever owned!
I am not.
You are too.
Why are you saying that? What did you just call me when you were in the
I
bathroom?
never ever want to see you.
Huh? I want to get it on tape.
Why?
Because I don't like those words you use.
What are you going to take it to?
I'm just taping it. I want you to watch it.
Oh my
I'm never going to watch it. I'm just going to pee on you.
You're going to what?
Pee on your head.
I don't think that's funny at all.
And pee down your mouth.
That is not funny.
It sure is funny.
No,
Oh
it
my
isn't.
God, the creepy zoom in.
I'm going to turn the heat up to 80 and I'm going to stick your head in fire.
Oh my
Well,
god.
that would be cute, wouldn't it?
Yeah. A little bird face mother.
Also uses the F word. Well, you're right. That's true. Can happen. They can give you the finger when they're 5. But how alarming is this if you're the mother? What is the difference between...
In a way, Ben is a serial killer wannabe. I think Ben would like to have that, would like to maybe be seen through a lens of like kind of how some women view serial killers as like, you know, these outlaws that are smarter than the authorities and stuff like that. But I don't think he wants to like kill anybody. I think that's a lot of work.
Incorrigibility, and I gotta get some help here. You know, I mean, can just parental guidance fix this?
No.
Hey, Mackenzie.
She actually needs help.
Therapy?
Wow, what insight you just gave. I would have booed that lady for that. What good did that do? Waste of time.
therapy, whatever, because after
Sit
all, this
down.
child is on its way.
Sit down.
Yeah, we got a real live shrink here. I want to show you another tape of this child, and will in just 1 second. Dr. Krause, you haven't seen that tape.
No, I haven't, no.
You are the rural psychiatrist from Honey Falls.
You think that's Grace? He's got Grace on a leash to do the actual work for him. Grace doesn't need any more badass points, okay? Let's not make her into a budding serial killer. But we will know, but I think we'll be able to have a more definitive answer to whether or not she's a budding serial killer based off of this episode, hopefully.
New York, you're affiliated with the Wayne County Mental Health Department. You consult privately with public defenders.
That's
so
right. That's
you've
right.
seen your share of criminals, and we don't want to scare anybody here. And
Mackenzie,
nobody is
the queen
predicting,
of the
this
chat.
young man probably will win a Nobel Prize or have a talk show, that goes around the world. But so, I don't want to scare this mother already. This is a mother, obviously got her lap full of problems here. What would be, would you have anything that you might be able to share with us based upon this, what you've just seen here regarding this child?
Well, obviously this is a very disturbed child. I think...
Very disturbed.
Right.
You would identify this as very disturbed.
Sure. Oh, sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. The insights that I've gotten from my work with the Shawcross case...
Shawcross is the serial killer, yes.
The serial killer.
Yes.
Would begin to augment some of the thinking that I want to do and the kind of studies that I want to do on this child.
So you would, as a professional person, when you begin to look at a child like this, you would at least suspect, subject to proof, as I'm sure you would do in conservative, double-blind study way, you would hold out the possibility of a biochemical disorder in the brain.
Well, I'd stand up in the audience. I'd be like, listen, bro, whoever this guy is, I'd be like, you're holding your glasses like that. You're trying to look like an expert. You're trying too hard. You're a fake. You're a fraud. And then everyone would start booing probably, or cheering, either way. It could go either way. But I would definitely call him out for the way that he's holding his glasses. It's a completely performative.
Brain here.
Yeah.
Which could be determined. You get some information from blood, some from urine, but if I'm to understand this, you get most of the information quite literally from hair samples. Is this so?
Well, I haven't.
You want to say no? Well, let me hand it off here. Bill Walsh, negative. Tell me.
That's right. To do this job right, you need to do a full medical procedure, and it really requires blood analysis, urine analysis, and some tissue analysis, some hair analysis.
Okay, so it's all then.
Yes, it is.
Without one being. There is a
Absolutely.
legacy, though, of certain metals left in the hair that does not survive in other body parts. Is that so?
That's how we discovered this originally, yes.
You are a biochemist at the Carl Pfeiffer Treatment Center in Wheaton, Illinois.
That's right.
And you specialize in the examination of behavior like this, either in children or adults, with an effort to determine whether or
You're not
not we
kidding.
have the possibility.
This guy is absolutely coked to the gills. Look at this guy. I was wondering why I couldn't get a good thing for the thumbnail of him. He kind of was looking mean in all of them, but I think he's completely coked out here.
Possibility of a genetic disposition to
Just look
antisocial,
at his
sometimes
eyes.
criminal behavior.
That's correct, except that we've moved
He's
to
yelling
Naperville, Illinois.
Oh, fine. All right. I am corrected. Here now, once again, is Marina's little boy. Here's the F word, which for our family show. This is the 6-year-old child.
Let's go.
And I'd like to get a axe and chop your head in.
What?
I'd like to get an axe and chop your head off.
Why would you get an axe and chop my head off?
Because you're too much of a jerk.
Now, what were you just telling me about making a tape and you on TV and stuff? What was the problem there?
It's just a f***ing idea.
It's what?
Just a f***ing idea.
Corey,
Who are
you
you?
think you're being cute, don't you?
I mean, I don't want this on my talk show. We're making a talk show. So set the camera over where it belongs. Okay, or I'll kill you.
What did you call me?
Jerk.
No, you didn't call me that.
What did I call you?
Wow,
What did
this
you
is
call me?
terrifying.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, I bet you forgot, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, and want it on tape?
I'm not gonna give it to you on the tape.
Why not?
Unless the cop comes and holds me down.
Why would a cop come and hold you down?
So I went scream and rave.
Demon
And we
time.
could stick something in my mouth.
Who are you? I love that. Was a great reaction. All right, well, I'm going to switch strains during this psychotic break. I'm going to start smoking some strawberry side piece. I only have a gram, though, so it's going to go fast.
It would make me sad. Like some mouthwash to make me drink it with some mouthwash with nail polish remover.
Corey, the cops wouldn't do that to you. Why do you think they would do that? That's horrible.
This is why I died right after my picture.
What?
This is why I died right after my picture.
What picture?
After my video, I died.
This is nuts.
No, I don't want you to die.
Now let's go on a talk show now.
Let's go on the talk show.
So this, she's divorced. She's a single mother.
Even the audience members are laughing at this.
Yes, his father has had trouble with the law.
Yes.
Yes, his father was a drug abuser. Yes, his father is now out of his life.
Yes.
Is there any visitation or connection at all with him?
No, he's been gone since he was 3.5.
Absent from his life.
Right.
Is he otherwise angelic, or are these episodes? Or?
He can be the most precious,
Hey, Laughing
loving,
Cedar.
wonderful child in the world. There's more on the tape. He's talking to me. He is saying, I love you. He has his arms around my neck. He's kissing me.
Yes.
And he hits me.
Nail polish remover is toxic, is it not?
I would think so.
How would he know this?
He knows everything.
Are there frequent references to acts and murder and death and I'm going to die, you're going to die?
Continuum. Absolutely. 100 times a day. This is what I live through every day.
Bill Walsh has seen, you're the biochemist at Carl Pfeiffer Treatment Center in
Naperville,
Illinois. You're president of the Health Research.
I'm telling you, he is absolutely coked out of his mind. His fucking eyes were like, they were barely like being contained inside of his skull.
Institute. And you've seen this child?
This guy here,
Yes, we have a medical clinic in Naperville, Illinois, a very specialized place, and we've seen Corey. Corey is actually our favorite.
Well, they need to bring him out here, and he can explain that it's not abuse. He's physically correcting her.
Kind of kid.
Because?
We love kids like Corey because they have usually terrible body chemistry. We can usually find out what's wrong and correct it.
Okay, when you say you like it, meaning like a doctor loves sore throats because he knows how to cure them. Or a pediatrician knows how. I think I understand your point. From a scientific point of view,
God, the big
this
wheel.
is a case study then that is not necessarily
What was the movie where, like Macaulay Culkin had that movie where he, like the good kid or the whatever, the good boy or the bad something, where him and Elijah Wood were in a thriller together. But there was like a generic knockoff one that had, I want to say he was like the youngest kid on Family Ties, maybe. But anyway, that guy made a similar like bad kid movie that was really bad, but it was like really funny.
maddening. Is that what, for the researchers, is this what you mean?
No, because we tested him. We did 120 different lab tests, and we found out what we believe it to be wrong. And in his particular case, he has a metal metabolism problem. It causes episodic violence. It causes exactly the kind of...
Oh, he's a victim of his metal intake, and that makes him into a homicidal rage.
Behavior that mom's experiencing, and the success rate's very high.
Yes.
I wanted to ask when this behavior started and if you're afraid of your own son.
Some of the behavior started when he was very
too.
young. It got worse when he was about 3, when he was with other children, started biting and hitting and kicking. Right now, one of his favorite things to do is to push.
This might not be right, but I'm thinking the movie that I'm thinking of might just be called, like, Mikey. That's it, just the name Mikey.
On my mother-in-law when she's standing on the stairs. He goes and gets knives out of the drawer, and he'll come after you with a knife.
Ha.
Did he
would
ever
one time.
self-abuse?
Not really.
Oh, God.
No hair pulling,
Can
no...
you imagine?
No.
He did bite kids, though, didn't he?
Right. Got hard to keep him in school.
You've been to shrinks. You probably saw more shrinks than you want. You probably get a little crazy going to shrinks.
Yes, I found I was getting very crazy because...
Everybody has a different diagnosis.
Right, and they all said it was me. You have to do this when he acts like that.
Well,
you have to do that.
Yeah, listen, you're Exhibit A. I mean, a guy, how easy...
I'm not saying that it's right, But it is humorous that like when she's saying like she went to see all these experts and all the experts said that she could correct the behavior, and like that's a negative for her.
Easy it is. His father was a drug abuser, and also a difficulty with the law.
Now, what I understand is his father had tried to get his life together and gone down to had gotten a really good regular job. And then he met a fellow named Joe LeDuc that shaved his head and sent him into a PTSD spiral. Is that otherwise, though, angelic?
His father is out of his life. We can assume the separation wasn't altogether civil and quiet.
It wasn't.
A 3-year-old son witnesses this tension in his first 3 years of life. So here we've got an aggressive kid who uses foul language and has a preoccupation with death. Fixed.
Wait, we could say it's a lot of things. We could say he was premature. I mean, there's a lot of people jumping in with lots of diagnosis, lots of things. You're a terrible mother. You're all alone. That's how I felt. I just felt like I wasn't doing anything. Right.
What surprises me with his behavior is he seems to be happy when he's saying these things. Does he ever do it out of anger? Not that I'm condoning what he's saying,
right.
but
he did look rather...
like he was enjoying getting...
Hold on, she's like, listen, yeah, he's saying he's going to get an axe and cut your head off, but he seems to be in a good mood when he's saying it. The dog is wagging its tail. There's no way it's going to bite you.
Rise out of you. You know, I would expect this from a child who was maybe doing it in anger. That would be more normal. This just seems like he was playing for the camera. I mean, does he always do it out of fun and it's not out of hostility or anything? He just does it to do it?
A lot of times he just does it to do it. This, I have to say, a lot was probably for the camera. He was showing off in a sense. But most of his behavior is much worse than this. I couldn't get that on tape because I have to hold him away from me.
We are joined by Jack Olson, the award-winning author of 25 books, including the most recent.
This is the last serial killer thing that I have. We have a while to think about it, but I have a few. I'm gonna probably have some time at the end, but I've got a few videos we could watch after that are unrelated. But I found one body cam of when. Okay, so like. Basically 2 hot wives, right, like that are into the swinging lifestyle, are at a hotel and have a bad run-in and end up being part of what seems to be a pretty epic body cam thing. But I also have the 1999 MTV Rock and Jock baseball game we could watch. Someone also posted the Please Hammer Don't Hurt 'Em, the MC Hammer like movie / extended music video.
Titled The Misbegotten Son, a Serial Killer and His Victims. 16 victims?
11.
11.
Lately and 2 earlier. 2 children starting, 15 years in the penitentiary, comes out and kills 11 women.
Which one, Joe? The hot wives?
Most of whom were prostitutes.
Yes.
The area of Rochester, New York.
Arthur
First in Watertown, upstate, and then in Rochester, New York.
The Miz.
He'd see the prostitutes for sex and then strangle them.
Yes, usually on some slim pretext that they aggravated him by questioning his masculinity or wanting money, or he always had an excuse for it later on.
They questioned his masculinity.
I'm trying to think here what I can read here. The cops interviewing him. Did she make fun of you, Art? Yes. What did she say? She called me a wimp. Was she laughing at you? She said I wasn't no better than a faggot. This is while you were trying to have intercourse? No, afterward.
Phil, decorum, please.
Did you have your clothes on then? No, we were sitting up there with no clothes on. The car was all steamed up. What happened then? I smacked her in the mouth and said, I'm going to tell the cop. And she said, I'm going to tell the cop.
All right, we'll watch the Hot Wives thing, and then if we have time after that, which we might, I found a couple videos for the kind of people who are still here at the end of the streams.
Cops, right? And then she says, I think I know who you are anyway. I said, well, you ain't going to tell anybody. What did you do then? Strangled her. What did she say? I think I know who you are anyway. What do you think she meant? The guy that killed all those other girls. The serial killer? Yes. And were you afraid she was going to tell somebody you were the serial killer, right? Yes. What did you do then? I drove around 490 somewhere. I got on the wrong road. It ended up going toward Buffalo and cut across the Churchill and down Redmond Road and dropped her off the side of the road. Is there a creek there, Art? I opened the car door and she went right over the guardrail. After you dropped her off, where did you go? I went down to Dunkin' Donuts on Monroe Avenue.
Dunkin' Donuts, another tie-in.
Dr. Krause is in your book.
In-stream goon squad.
Because Dr. Krause interviewed Arthur.
I mean, I couldn't believe it, honestly. Like, I was really taken aback by it. And
Shawcross, this serial killer. What'd you find?
He was different because he was born different. I think that's important to appreciate.
see, look, he's still holding his glasses like that. Put them on or put them in your fucking pocket is what I'd say to him if I was in the audience.
He was born with a genetic disorder that puts him at special risk for antisocial, violent behavior.
Yeah. What's the $2 word of this
Look
disorder?
at this guy.
Pyro something?
No, that's the second condition.
Oh, okay.
There's two.
So you got a word for this?
47XYY.
47X. I love you, psychiatrists. You guys, it's not bad enough. You talk in Latin, and you have no idea what we're buying at the drugstore. Now you're coming in with these numbers. 2Y chromosomes.
2Y. Normally,
Homemakers
you
worked
have
up before
46.
hubby got home.
He has 47. He has an extra chromosome.
Right. Did you do an
See, now that's a thoughtful trad girl that would pre-moisten.
analysis of Arthur Shawcross's hair, blood, urine, or any of the kinds of things you
Yes, we did all of that stuff.
And what'd
yeah.
you discover by way of that kind of research?
Well, I don't know. You did the hair analysis, but we never got that back. So.
No, we did all of the analyses, and basically he only flunked 2 of the tests, the chromosomal analysis, and he was pyroluric.
Pyroluric, oh. Tell us pyroluric.
That's the second condition that he was born with.
Pyroluric.
Are you seeing this? Am I crazy, or is Phil Donahue absolutely out of his mind? Watch his facial reaction here.
Cover by way of that kind of research.
Well, I don't know. You did the hair analysis, but we never got that back. So.
No, we did all of the analyses, and basically he only flunked 2 of the tests, the chromosomal analysis, and he was pyroluric.
Pyroluric, oh. Tell us pyroluric.
That's the second condition that he was born with.
Pyroluric is about
dried him
too
up.
little metal or too much.
No way. They'd hear these serial killer stories and get,
much metal or
get
It's
ready
a stress
for
disorder.
the
It happens in people who have a disorder in their hemoglobin synthesis, and people who have it have just a terrible temper, and they're prone to depression and they're prone to stress upsets. When they lose their temper, it's very exciting.
Throwing, hitting, biting, very real aggression in children as well as adults.
It goes throughout society.
So, and you've done controlled studies with an all-American boy brother and his bad seed brother.
Exactly.
What?
And you find you can somehow come up with a test that lets a parent know or anticipate future antisocial behavior.
Well, yeah, he seems like he's just fucking. He doesn't put any stock in what they're saying, which is fair.
We can identify children who have a predisposition for antisocial behavior. Now, if it's mild, then terrific parenting and counseling may save the day. However, if it's a severe imbalance, then you have to address the chemical imbalance.
Do we know how severe this mother's son's imbalance is?
Absolutely. He has a very severe type A imbalance, which means he has a metal metabolism disorder. We expect it'll take about 30 to 60 days to correct it.
By way of?
Well,
oh my God. What a snake oil salesman.
Correct these kinds of imbalances without using drugs, which is the good news. We can do this usually by correcting a zinc deficiency, for example. We use amino acids, vitamins, minerals.
This guy's business model is giving people zinc? What? Hey, listen. Oh, yeah. Hello. Yeah, your child is telling you he's going to get an axe and cut your head off. Listen, have you considered zinc?
And sometimes diet.
And you also use B12, do you not?
Well, we do in some cases. He's not going to need B12. See, it's all very individual. It's very complex. We have to find out what a person's individuality is, their biochemical individuality, and fix it.
But it is not hysterical or overstating it to say that we are moving toward the time when
Zinc.
quite literally, just as we can anticipate or check genetic predispositions toward various
Would you trust this kid? By just giving him a zinc, would you hand him an axe? If you just give him a zinc pill and then give him an axe.
physical diseases, we will also be able to pinpoint mental disorders which include aggression, antisocial behavior, and the possibility of very serious criminal activity later on.
Well, I certainly hope so, yes.
And we'll be back in just a moment.
Well, there you go. With It's Me, that would just send them into an even deeper homicidal rage. Oh, they've got the music slowed. Oh, man. That's one of my favorite parts. It's so, like, upbeat and chill, and now it's just like, oh, man. Years, something to talk about.
To be part of the audience, please send a postcard to Donahue Tickets, care of NBC, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, New York, 10112. Remember, postcards only.
Who can? Oh, do you think Downtown Bruno will come out and ruin Phil Donahue's 25th anniversary like he did Lance Russell and Dave Brown's 20th anniversary?
Please.
Here is the MD report. Did you get this from
the Carl Pfeiffer Clinic?
We can watch some Jimmy today.
Yes.
You took Corey.
Right.
He has sleep and
He goes live now too, and his chat's interesting.
appetite problems. He has been identified early on as needing educational services. His family history includes chemical dependency and criminal behavior. This child is a risk for suicidal behavior due to his impulsivity, risk-taking behavior, his discouragement at not being able to change his behavior, and his frequent statements that he wants to die. He is clearly at risk for chemical dependency and criminal behavior. How about it when they hand you this after you take your flesh and blood? To see a guy who's a professional about what's wrong with your head.
No, that report did not come from us, by the way.
It did not come from you.
That's what we report.
And not only that, and how reliable is anybody's report? Huh? If these shrinks knew everything, we'd all be healthy.
Exactly. I want to know.
You're suspicious, right?
I'm suspicious.
I bet you there's a part of you that says, Mom, relax, your baby's going to be fine. You want to say that, don't you?
I want to say it. He's showing off, and
he's showing off. He's how he gets your attention. He uses four-letter words.
Yeah, the murder threats that are very specific are definitely just attention grabbers.
The normal behavior is much worse than what you saw.
I wanted to ask, did he watch violent television like cartoons? Maybe get some of those ideas from?
Sit down, bitch. We're not going down that road. Sit the fuck down. I would be irate, and I would immediately stand up and tell her what's up.
He didn't even like cartoons. He wouldn't even watch a cartoon until he was 4. He only watched educational TV. That's all he liked.
I'd like to ask the mother if you noticed any difference after he eats certain foods, because a lot of times
Fake gold necklace.
I know that children can just
Yes, they can.
go the opposite way after eating certain things.
I've thought of allergies, and I discount that because he just didn't seem to be quick or dramatic. I didn't notice anything really happening from food.
Let's get you in here. Jack Olson, what kind of childhood did Arthur Shawcross, who's now doing 250 years for the slaying of 2 children, followed by the, not always, but almost always, strangulation death of hookers that he would usually be in. I noticed in these interviews with the cops that was published by the Rochester paper, it was almost always a
Well, with it being me, I would definitely it would get to a point of last time I checked, we were living in the United States of America where we have the freedom to watch what we want to. And I just try to get the crowd to get the chant going probably.
flirting thing, almost no motels involved, in the car, woods, going to the back, and he'd be paying the woman for whatever services were to be rendered, and then there would be an argument of some kind where he thought she stole his...
You could really go off here, too, because Phil will hand off the mic, so you could walk around if you wanted to and really get going.
Wallet, or somebody called him a wimp because he couldn't get an erection, and certain events would he strangled.
Wow, Phil. Wow.
One woman he threw over a bridge.
Oh my God.
Most of them out of the car.
That's what? He threw her off a bridge.
And then he would drive away. So we clearly have obviously an antisocial, but more distant from any kind of empathy for what he was doing. What kind of childhood did this Arthur Shawcross have?
Physically, on the surface, he had a Norman Rockwell kind of childhood. Perfect, lovely little community. Good parents, as far as I could determine. Everybody respected them. But he himself was bizarre, and he was inexplicably bizarre. Nobody could figure it out. He did the Huckleberry Finn naughty things, but he also did weird things. They'd hear him walking down the road in the middle of the night, maybe with a snapping turtle impaled on a stick. He was very cruel to animals. And he'd be going, die, die, die.
I didn't realize that. I forgot that they said he wrote a book. I thought the Misbegotten Son was like his nickname. I was thinking like in wrestling when they put like Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare. I thought that guy was like, yeah, list me as they call me the Misbegotten Son.
Die, 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 die. And it wasn't for a while that they realized he's saying die over and over again. Things like that nobody could put them together into a coherent pattern. And of course that continued for years and years and years.
We'll be back in a moment.
Joe Shabatoni, the idea that I was laughing about that, it was people laugh as a cope. I was just coping. Now I was embarrassed about it, but now you've pointed it out. Hey, is it Mac and Hawk duo?
You say it's a chemical imbalance on the children, and I'm just wondering, you say it can take 60 days
Sit
to
down.
cure. What in adult, does it take longer, or is it a shorter amount of time?
Well, we've done a lot of very, very violent people. What we find is that we get our best results with children. I mean, we've done this with ex-convicts, actually with other serial killers. Children, we get our best results.
I'd like to know just what kind of success you've had with vitamins. I work with the Department of Mental Hygiene. I haven't seen vitamins do too much yet.
This lady's really upset. She's a medical professional, and she hasn't seen vitamins do shit.
Well,
yes.
The truth is, if you were to just take Corey and stuff him full of vitamins and minerals, he would get worse. It's a specialized medical procedure, and you have to do very careful testing. And you can.
Hold on, I got to see what was how do you see like what's next on? Oh, there we go. There you go. Gentle yoga.
It will work with vitamins and minerals and amino acids, but you've got to give them exactly the right ones.
Marina, when you, obviously you're going through all the nightmares of a mother with a child behaving like this, huh?
This has been horrible. I've been to psychologists, psychiatrists. We're on our third psychiatrist. Went to a pediatric neurologist.
But
I've been everywhere. How do I feel?
Well,
dude, he would not want to do that with me, Joe Shabatoni. I can tell you that right off the bat. I would be hoping for an interaction like that. I would go into my experience on the Donahue Show absolutely expecting multiple interactions with Phil. I would want to leave such an impression on Phil that he would want to keep coming over and getting my take.
Well, I mean, my God, a professional agency just gave you a paper after evaluation said your son is headed for criminal behavior.
Yes. It was hard. It was really hard. But I was glad because someone...
If he asked me what was so funny, I would say I was laughing at the terrible acting in that video that this fraud is perpetrating upon this crowd. All because she wants her kid to get a role in a Pet Sematary sequel. I'd be like, Marina, you're nuts.
Someone else saw the things, someone else saw the potential that I saw. And if nothing else, it galvanized my resolve to find an answer. I have to have an answer.
I saw no discipline. Do you ever discipline him?
He
was doing it like you were egging him on.
He likes to be disciplined. This kid begs to be spanked. He would be thrilled if I would hit him for everything he did.
If you joined us late, let's take one more look at Corey.
Oh my God, this is nuts.
Don't throw things.
Oh no.
You jerk.
Why am I a jerk?
Because you just are.
Why?
You're the worst mother I ever owned.
I
Ever
am
owned.
not.
You are too.
Why are you saying that? What did you just call me when you were in the bathroom?
I never
Hey, Ruby
was.
SpaceX.
Huh? I want to get it on tape.
Why?
Because I don't like those words you use.
What are you gonna take it to?
I'm just taping it. I want you to watch it.
I'm never gonna watch it. I'm just gonna pee on you.
You're gonna what?
Pee on your head.
I don't think that's funny at all.
And pee down your mouth.
That is
Oh
not
my God,
funny.
this is so weird.
It sure is funny.
No, it isn't.
I'm gonna turn the heat up to 80 and I'm gonna stick your head in fire.
Well, that would be cute, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna burn face mother.
I'm going to what? Burn my mother?
I'll have a burnt-faced mother.
I'll have a
After I have my head in the
burnt-faced
furnace.
mother.
Now, one more time here. This is behavior that is alarming
Oh, my
and
gosh.
absolutely must be responded to by the parent. Dr. Krause.
Well, sometimes the parent can't take that much control anymore.
Is it actually? No, but I mean, I picked up on that, so I feel like there's enough basis for it that I could turn the audience. They'd be like, hey, you know, maybe he's on to something here.
I think the case with Arthur Shawcross.
And then I'd call this guy out. What we can't afford, rural psychiatrist. We couldn't afford to get somebody from from an actual city.
Good example, because he was out of control. He was doing his own thing. Here was a guy who would just.
This is 2/25, 1993.
Disappear. You never knew what he was going to do from one day to the next. You couldn't predict it. And I think, in that kind of a setting,
You're not the
became
first person.
clear for a while the parents felt
say
very
that.
pressured by this whole situation because they were blaming themselves, when in fact what they were really seeing was the behavioral disturbance of a genetically and biochemically disordered child.
When Artie Shawcross was a child, his classmates called him Artie. When growing up...
I would have already got into it with him over the way he was holding his glasses. I'd be like, Phil, can we get somebody out here that's going to take this seriously? We're trying to get this woman some help. And this joker comes out on stage holding his glasses because that's what he saw in on the cover of Psychology Weekly. I'd be like, what a fraud.
Behavior ranged from odd to violent. He served in Vietnam, honorably discharged. He was married 3 times. He had 1 son. He went to prison. You'll help me here, Mr. Olson. For
Cal Psychology.
For arson and burglary, paroled after 22 months, arrested within 1 year. He was found guilty of the murder of an 8-year-old, Karen Ann Hill, and implicated in the murder of a 10-year-old. They probably just didn't bother to work on the other one, but it's...
You been hiding out, Ruby?
It's pretty clear he killed 2 children.
He did. He killed them for sure.
Sentenced up to 25 years,
Watch out for
paroled
this
after
kid.
14 years, 6 months
What a nut.
in 1987, and within a year, 11 prostitutes turned up dead in the Rochester, New York area.
That's the story. That's the way it came down.
Are you there, caller?
Yeah. Marina, I can really sympathize with you. I have a 2.5-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter. And my 2.5-year-old son, it never felt...
Dude, that was always like my biggest wish when I was a kid. I wanted to be able to call into Donahue, but it was long distance back then, and you could actually call in like during the shows sometimes. I don't think not on all of them though.
Whenever I open the dishwasher, the first thing he goes for is...
Or even to call in like on a local show. I would have loved to have done that, but I would have definitely like shown out.
Steak knife. He's trying to stab his sister. His biological father was chemically dependent as well as I was at one point in time, and I'm scared. The kid gets violent. You spank him, and he thrives on it. The child craves
I've gotten high with cows before.
to be spanked, to be punished, to be put in his room, whatever. And it scares me. What do you do
I'm 45.
with a 2.5-year-old that's already like this? Where am I going to be when my son is 6?
I want you to go to the Carl Pfeiffer Clinic. It's a
Yeah.
prayer.
We've heard this story hundreds of times. We've seen thousands of kids like this. And believe me,
Thousands
if
of
any of
kids
you
like
had
this?
adopted her son at birth, you would have the same problem today.
I'm glad you called. Hi, are you there?
Yes, hi. I have a 5-year-old son, okay? He killed my cat. He killed my bird. He's very violent. He tells, I'm gonna go kill myself. You want me to kill myself? He goes, takes the knife out of the kitchen, says, you want me to kill myself? I tell him, go in the bedroom. He says, you want me to just die? He calls me a bad mom. He calls me everything. He got little sister that he's very violent with, but I think it's partly my fault from the things I watch on TV, all the violent things that I watch on TV. Do you think that could be part of it?
It would aggravate it, but not cause it.
No, so what do you...
Man, we've got to bring back the ability to let people talk like that. Don't you think so? Like, if she had to use all those, like, safe words you have to use now for the algorithm, like, that call would have had no urgency to it. Like, you need to just let people say it the way it is like that. Nowadays, that whole video would have probably the show would have gotten canceled, or people would have had a write-in campaign.
You think I should do? He is very violent towards his sister, towards everybody. Whoever comes to my house, he punches them in the privates, everything.
How old is he?
He's 5 years old. I took him to see a psychiatrist when he was 2 years old.
You have to find out what's wrong, and you need to correct it.
And how do I go about that?
Well, the alternatives are counseling, behavior modification, improved parenting techniques, hospitalization, drug medications.
We cannot fix this for you on a television program on the telephone. What this program intends to do is to very imperfectly share with you some of the work that's being done of late in behavioral disorders that examine genetic or biochemical imbalances in the brain, which may cause this behavior. And I do have to break. We'll be back in just a moment.
All the sad music again, it's so depressing. I bet you could really, really get the crowd, like, really against you if you stood up and you were like, you know, Marina, is there any chance that maybe all the experts were right and that you're wrong and that all you need to do is just take a minute to be a mom and all these problems would be solved? I think the crowd would absolutely lose it.
Can this happen to girls? Here is Susan. Here is Susan with the beautiful and talented Becky, and I say that very sincerely, Becky. You've been
in the Maury audience. You would make a great daytime TV guest star, I feel like. So would Vegan. Vegan would be a great daytime talk show guest.
A very, very, what shall we say here? Brave, understanding, unusually bright, insightful girl.
Is this another one of these thousands of what was it called? Budding serial killers?
For the age of 11. And Becky was a problem, Susan.
Very much so.
Well, we had fits, aggression.
I like to refer to it as an epileptic seizure. It started when she was about 6.5 years old. She would be fine 1 minute, and the next minute she just...
Yeah, Awkward Loser. The very first thing we watched was like a serial killer episode of one of his shows. What was it? Tough Talk or something like that?
Just totally lose it.
Lose it how?
She would go into a severe temper tantrum. The first thing I had to do was get my A-team and pull him out of the room because he was the smallest thing she could hurt. I got him out of the room, and then the rest was up for grabs. If it wasn't nailed down, it was flying.
Throwing things.
Yeah.
Up against the wall.
Yeah, she didn't hurt herself at all. Just anything she could throw, she would throw. It was like an extremely spoiled brat. And depending on how long it would last would be how much I'd try to...
I wanted to go on Jerry Springer. At a certain point, they were just pretty much letting anybody up. And I wanted to go on with a storyline that I was like a really conservative, preppy guy, and I was like married to a really preppy girl, but then I was having an affair with like a punk rock girl. I thought that would have been that was like a perfect Springer storyline for that time, I felt like.
Stop her. If I just let her go, it would end sooner.
And would she not fall asleep afterward?
When it was over, she'd just lay down on the floor and wake up and not remember a thing that happened.
But if you engaged her, that prolonged it.
Yeah.
You want to be one of the people that insults the guests at the end of Jerry Springer? Absolutely. That's why I like the some parts of the 24/7 streaming era is because you got like all blocks of Thorpe content, and then you didn't see the like, you know, you didn't see the React people until like the Late Show. And then it always had like that kind of a feel to it. It was the people that were coming up to clown on Ben and Grace and whoever they were with.
I did anything to try and stop it.
Were you the worst person on earth and terrible and so on?
Yeah.
Was there any reference to destructive references, as we heard with Corey?
There was a time she went into one of her fits or episodes, and she went in and shut all the doors and windows and turned on the gas stove. She thought she would kill herself that way.
So now you must have really been shook here. And you showed up then at the Pfeiffer Center, did you?
Well, we had started with 18 months of therapy with Dory Mocktinger, wonderful woman. And we got a long ways, but we just couldn't get over these.
No. They would have, it's Jerry Springer. They would come out, they would act like they were going to fight each other, and then they would start kissing.
Seizures, and they kept coming more often and getting worse. We were thrown out of our daycare.
And then I could do like an exaggerated 1980s style move where I'm like so mind blown that I do a timber fall backward and then the chair flips over with it. And then he's like, "We got to go to commercial, folks."
Center. We were thrown out of everywhere. And I went through like 6 sitters in 6 months. One of the sitters she had thrown a set of scissors at. We just couldn't get anywhere. I was ready to pack her up and send her to Family Services because I couldn't help her anymore. And she recommended that I go to the center, and we went up there, and Dr. Walsh did the testing on her. She was diagnosed as a pyrolytic. He gave me these bag full of vitamins, said that she would be better. I didn't believe it, but we went home, we took the vitamins. In 6 weeks' time, she moved back home. We started a new school, new teacher. Everything was new. My dad died suddenly shortly after that. She was miraculous at getting the ambulance there and showing him where it was at. And she didn't have any episodes at all.
But did you not then take her off the vitamins and she relapsed into this?
Okay, so, sorry, so we're going to, when this is over, we're going to watch, we're going to watch the Hot Wives body cam footage, Jimmy, and then the Goon content.
I didn't take her off. I was thinking she was taking them. She decided she didn't need them anymore, and we went downhill in a hurry.
Right.
And it was worse than ever.
Yeah, this does sound too good to be true.
I remember them, F. Wood. There's a couple documentaries about them. I thought about doing an episode about different little short videos about the snake handling aspects of religion.
Bill Walsh, biochemist at the Carl Pfeiffer Treatment Center in Naperville, Illinois. You're doing more than You're doing more than vitamins here. Are you?
Yes, we are. It's a complex medical procedure. It's
right, well, first of all, what have you found out about this beautiful young woman?
Well, this sweet young girl has a condition known as pyroluria, which is controllable.
What is strawberry?
And in her case, she's extraordinarily deficient in zinc and B6,
like a microwave.
and that's the main focus of her program. And she can be turned on and off with this particular treatment.
You feel better now, Becky?
Yes.
Well, we're going to get to see a great reality type TV show because the Ruby Grace storyline is eventually going to go around to help with the reboot of Lol Cow Court, where Judge Ken is going to be the one to decide, you know, who's declared the victor and what the damages are.
And you don't remember being such a... You don't mind if I say a bad word. You were kind of a little snot. Yeah. You know what I mean, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't like... Do you recall... You must have some memories, do you not, Becky, of...
A little bit.
But it's not very clear, just a little bit.
Yeah.
And you feel better now.
Mm-hmm.
And you're able to talk to your mom.
Yeah.
As good as any 11-year-old. Do you recall feeling, you know, mad like that, or how you felt when these little episodes happened?
Sometimes. A little bit, yeah.
Mm-hmm. How long has the therapy been underway here, Mom?
We started with Dory in '88. We started at the treatment center in June of '90, and we're still on it, both programs.
And was there a hair analysis with this child?
There was, but in her case, it was not significant, which often happens. There are, we do 120 different lab tests. We just hope somebody will flunk one or more of these tests, so we'll have something to correct. We just balance body chemistry. We try to, it's almost like taking your car in for a tune-up. We try to make them perfect with respect to these chemical factors.
And we'll be back in just a moment. Thanks. Here is the chilling, true story of Arthur Shawcross, the misbegotten son, a serial killer, and his victims.
I feel terrible about earlier when I thought the misbegotten son was that guy's nickname. I'll always think of him that way.
Doing 250 years after killing at least 13 people, including 2 children and 11 prostitutes. Hi.
I was wondering, the mother on the,
Yes.
how do you feel about all this? What kind of support are you getting from friends and family? Because I know I'll go crazy.
I would too.
Without my ex-in-laws, I wouldn't have made it. They take my son for me. They've helped tremendously. They even take him for a week or 2 at a time.
Yeah. You don't actually entertain the possibility of a serial killer as a future for your son.
I had to switch strains. That strawberry side piece was wild.
I have felt when I'm looking at him that I'm looking into Charles Manson's face. You have to understand, this child shows no remorse whatsoever. I cannot reason with him. He does not feel bad. And when I think of Charles Manson, maybe Ted Bundy is perhaps a better example because he was kind of good looking, he was charming. This child can also be charming. This child win your heart in a second.
We have tested Charles Manson and many other people like him, and believe me, your son does not have the chemistry of a serial killer. Believe me.
Ruby, Ben is far too lazy. We were discussing this earlier. He's far too lazy to do any killing. He would have to use Grace as a proxy, and I don't know, she's kind of squeamish about social interactions.
Yay.
I would like to ask the doctors how much of a link there is between the parents being chemically addicted to drugs and their child's disorders.
I think that's a very good question.
I'd go up to her afterwards and I'd be like, I just want to let you know, like, you asked a really good question. I was thinking the whole show, this guy seems like he's full of shit, and then you just really called him out on it, and that was really impressive, and I just wanted to, I know it's going to come off kind of nerdy, but I just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, this raises the whole issue of the interaction of child experience, environment, nature, nurture, this whole process, all of which has to be looked at. What we've been talking about today touches on some of it. But I think the environment that someone grows in is going to have a tremendous effect on how the person reacts and what they do.
I'm curious to both mothers. Don't your children lose friends and classmates? And if I had a 6-year-old, I wouldn't want my child around yours. I feel so sorry for both moms.
It's been tough. I'd say my son doesn't have any friends.
In front of the other children?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I can't think about Grace in the green jacket and the Jaws hat, murdering people. It's just, I can't.
Call them
don't
names.
The other mothers pull the child away?
Terrify them. Yes, their mothers don't want them around. I don't blame them.
Susan?
With Becky, she had a hard time finding friends. Now that she's old.
The thumbnail for this yoga video is absolutely nuts. Oh, you can't see it. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay.
The kids in her classroom actually ask her every morning if she's taking her vitamins.
How is this funded, and can the average person afford it?
It's an expensive situation at the Pfeiffer.
Our clinic is a not-for-profit clinic. The testing is quite expensive because we do all this lab testing.
Can you imagine you set up this whole fucking laboratory and foundation to help people? These people's kids are threatening to kill them, and this guy's charging them, again, to give them zinc. But he's got to charge them all this money because of all the scientific, methods involved. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Comes to a total of between $600 and $700. Most insurance companies cover it. We do have a lot of charity fundraising, and we are able to have some people come that have no funds, such as Corey's mom.
I see some very smart attorney in the future using this as a defense, guilty by reason of chemical imbalance.
Well, we've already had the Twinkie defense.
And these people call our clinic.
Do you guys know what that is, the Twinkie defense? I don't remember if it was a murder or like an attempted murder, but a guy said that the reason that he did it was because he ate a bunch of Twinkies and he had a sugar rush, and then that made him into like a psychotic rage.
All the time and ask us to test these people. And we've tested Charles Manson, Henry Lee Lucas, and dozens of people like that. We've decided not to do that. We will not appear for that. We think the way to use this is to get these kids before their lives are ruined. These, you know, Charles Manson's life is ruined. Arthur Shawcross's life is already ruined. Our goal is to get these kids when they're young, find out what's wrong, correct it.
Yeah, I would like to just add one thing. Just to say quickly, this does not challenge individual responsibility.
That's right.
We can explain, doesn't exonerate.
Sir. I was curious, do you feel like you're going to get a child, son or daughter in the future after all this ordeal?
There's young Ben.
Get someone back?
Well, no, another child or like son or daughter.
Will she have another baby?
No.
She should get pregnant.
Where is my son now? He's with a sitter right now at home.
Yeah.
Do you have a 100% success rate with your chemical treatment?
Remedies. Yeah.
Absolutely not. We can help most families, but we can't help everybody.
It seems like these kids know the right buttons to push, and they're pushing them, and the parents are reacting
Thank you, Becky.
exactly the way they want to.
So you think this is an environmentally...
I almost put Becky on the thumbnail, but then I was like, do people even remember Becky? Is she even a thing anymore?
Induced behavior.
I think it's a little of both.
Yes.
Do your son ever mistreat his grandmother and the babysitter?
Oh, yes. My grandmother, or his grandmother, has had huge bites and bruises that you wouldn't believe.
Oh, my
on her
God.
arms.
Are there any of those type of chemical disorders that are not curable? You've talked about some of the ones you have success rate. She looks like she's a very well-mannered child after she's been corrected. But what are the ones that aren't correctable?
The people we can't help basically are people who have perhaps a head injury with brain damage, something like that. We're usually able to help in about 95% of the cases with behavior, some partially, some totally.
And the XYY disorder is not treatable. You have it,
exactly.
You don't have it.
Yeah. And we'll be back in a moment.
To be part of the audience, please send a postcard to Donahue Tickets, care of NBC, 30 Rockefeller Plaza, New York, New York, 10112. Remember, postcards only, please.
All right, so we're going to watch the Hot Wives.
Are you there, caller? I'm glad you waited.
We're going to watch the Hot Wives body cam. Jimmy, yeah, okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Just trying to get mentally
I have a 7-year-old who the doctors want to put him in a long-term institution because this program suits him to a T. The butcher knives, everything. This is my first glimmer of hope, and thank you.
Oh, my.
Phil, I wanted to comment on the previous caller. It all sounds good, but to me it sounds like she's really pandering to get a reaction from the audience and instead of trying to just give some kind of, substantial help or at least provide some kind of entertaining anecdote. Instead, she's come on here and just embarrassed herself and this show. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah. Are you still with us, Mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know this is rough.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. You don't have to sorry. Hey, you can't cry, you can't laugh. There's nothing wrong with your emotional condition here. He's 7, you said?
Yes.
And you've actually had a professional person say you've got to lock this kid up?
12 of them. He's been in 4 psychiatric hospitals, medications. He hit his sister so hard in the face, he caused a blood clot.
When did the behavior start? How old was he?
He was about a year.
I want you to know, Mom, that there are no silver bullets out there, although it must be said that the work being done at Pfeiffer has been impressive. But let's not be Santa Claus here. You know, this is a very uncertain science still. Tell her.
It's still early, and we really won't be able to be traditional medicine until we do our double-blind controlled studies. We've only done one. But I do hope I get to meet you soon.
I was just wondering if you have a job that keeps you out of the house a lot where maybe he needs a little bit more of your attention. Could that possibly...
Oh, what a burn. Maybe you're just a bad mom. What a bitch.
No.
My son?
No, you want to answer her?
No, I don't, but I would like to ask...
Well, wait a minute, just a second. There is an enormous prejudice toward nurture as opposed to nature. And I assume you don't want to discount nurture. You know, you can really ruin a child's psychosexual everything dynamic if you abuse a child in the early years. Phil.
Whoa,
if you want a recipe for a criminal, it's to have terrible inborn chemistry and a lousy environment, the two coming together.
I'd like to know with the treatment is if you follow it up with a complete look at the whole diet and eliminate things like
now we're talking. It's that chick from Fallout.
food colouring, chemicals, and highly processed food from the diet. And if it's an ongoing treatment all through the person's life.
This is serious, like Gorilla Grip energy, big time.
It's very important. The food diets can be vitally important.
Yes, ma'am. You wanted to ask.
Yes, oh, thank you. I wanted to ask if the mother of Corey has taken the advice and has she
Excuse me, could you stand up, please, madam?
started any of this medication from the...
For the camera.
Yes, I have, and I think I'm already seeing results, although I'm not supposed to yet. My son felt bad for kicking me with a steel-toed cowboy boot.
And that's new.
That was the
He kicked her with a steel-toe cowboy boot?
first.
And
Absolutely.
We'll be back in a moment. Here's Jack Olson's riveting account of the serial killer Arthur Shawcross, the misbegotten son, a serial killer.
Phil, if I could just have one final statement to the young lady who just spoke. You did us all a disservice. You disrespected the institution of the Phil Donahue Show, and you should never be allowed to come back here, no matter how many self-addressed stamped envelopes you send in. Thank you, Phil.
Killer and his victims. Yes, you wanted to ask.
I wanted to know if these children have higher intelligence or lower intelligence.
You get all kinds, from the very bright to handicapped.
Yes, you wanted to ask.
I wanted to ask Corey's mom, in the beginning, did you spoil your son to make him stop with these tantrums?
Services provided and promotional fees paid by the following.
Okay, let me pull up the, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Postcards only.
It's like,
oh, hang on. Hold on, let me fix the screen here. This is a weird, seems like it's like a super wide angle shot here, man. Holy cow. Well, I don't know. Maybe it'll snap into place or something. All right, so this is when threesome with two hot wives goes completely wrong. Love night turns into a WWE fighting ring.
You nigga, fuck you. Cause guess who's that? Your mother. Cause you, bro, I didn't want to fucking come in the first place. Your mother. Cause you, bro, I didn't want to fucking come in the first place.
On June 2nd, 2023, deputies were called to a hotel for a domestic disturbance. A man reported that his child's mother had punched him in the face during an argument, causing a bloody nose. He explained that the fight began after he had been texting another woman. The situation intensified when the mother confronted him about the messages, leading to a physical altercation between them. The man stated that the altercation started at the pool when the mother of his child, along with another woman, became upset after reading his messages. The situation turned aggressive as they went upstairs, where the women continued to hit him. He was injured and covered in blood, but insisted that he didn't want to press charges.
So what's going on? Are they your friends?
Huh? Oh, of course.
You know the girls?
They my kid's mother. But it's all good, bro. It's just, I just want to go.
So what happened?
Nothing. They just found me on the phone, texting a girl, and after that, they just started, like, you know.
Fighting with you?
Basically putting hands on me. And I was like, just leave it. But then when we went upstairs, they started beating my ass. But it's all good. Like, they my sons. I have a son and a daughter with them. So it's all good. Like, I'm
Joey
not
Greco
on them, so it's all good.
Hold on a minute. Let me understand this. The person who hit you, what's the
name? You're combining one of the greatest actors of all time, Richard Grieco, with Joey Greco or Joey Gecko from Cheaters.
They my daughter's mother.
Okay, so you have kids with her.
Yeah, well, I have kids with both of them.
Okay, I get his phone from I'm in contact with that girl. What room is that? What room is she in? What's her name?
Listen, we've been drinking, so I get it. Like sometimes drinks get a little.
You got his driver's license on you?
I don't. Everything is in the car.
He simply wanted to leave, stating that the fight had escalated and he was done with the situation.
I'm done.
Why did the man not want to press charges even after being injured in the altercation?
But once again, I'm not pressing charges. So everything you guys want to do is just, I'm not gonna press charges or anything. I just want to leave. Like I'm good. Like I just got my ass beat. Like I'm good. Like I was full of blood last time. I was full of blood. Like I'm
okay. So let me explain how it's going. So either way, we still have to document what's happening, right? Meaning I need your information, I need their information.
I'll tell you how everything started. Okay, so we was on the pool. Okay.
Right now, I need your hand.
No, my ear's swollen, right? I got bit.
You want EMS?
No, I'm good. Like I'm hurt, but I'm good, bro. Like,
what's your date?
Where do you know them from again?
They my baby mom.
Both of them?
Both of them, yeah.
So both of them are your baby mom?
Yeah, we was hanging. Yeah, I know it's so, but we was hanging out. We was just hanging out. They started drinking a little too much, and I have music on my phone. This is how everything happened. I have music on my phone. Christina, she's darker. She's a little darker. She grabbed my phone, went through my messages, and she saw that I was texting a different girl. So that she started questioning me about the girl. Then everything was just like questioning about the girl, and then she got the other girl involved in it, and they both started coming at me. I know you guys got cameras outside, so you guys could see everything that happened.
Hey guys, wait a second. I have an exciting surprise for you. You love our adventure-packed Crazy Police body cam content, and that's exactly why we are bringing you even more. We have just launched our brand new YouTube channel named Prime Suspect Cam, where we'll be uploading insane entertainment-filled body cam videos every alternate day. Now, we're on a mission to hit 1,000 subscribers as fast as possible, and we know our YouTube family can make it happen.
I tried to get her, remember? I reached out to her on Twitter, and she said that she only responds to DMs on OnlyFans. And I'm like, I'm not trying to role play with you. I'm asking you about your body cam video.
You love our content and want even more. Go check out our new channel, Prime Suspect Cam, right after this video. We've already uploaded a brand new video over there, so click on the link mentioned in the description or end screen and watch the video and comment subscribe so we know our family is showing up strong. Also, don't forget to hit that subscribe button on our new channel, Prime Suspect Cam, and click the bell icon and be the part of this wild ride with us. See you there. Now let's get back to the video.
I went to the little, what's it called? The sauna, the little heating pool. And I just got snuffed in the face.
Okay. I just got snuffed in the face.
She kept coming at me. I pushed her to the ground. The other one hit me.
A non-shade. That's it's exactly what it is.
I pushed her to the ground, and I'm like, yo, y'all need to stop hitting me. Y'all need to stop hitting me. Then I kept getting hit. They threw my phone somewhere. He had to find the phone for me in the bushes. So whatever, we go upstairs. When we go upstairs, I go in the room. Christina smacks me in the face, which she did this to me, and then Abby just punched me in the face, and then that's how I started bleeding. And that was that. I don't remember nothing after that because I don't remember nothing. I just feel like I was just passing out.
I don't remember nothing.
And that's that. Okay. I remember somebody telling me.
When do you want to stay with him until us go upstairs? I want to get their side. I want to find out what they're saying.
The deputies began questioning the involved woman, who identified herself as the man's child's mother. Christina explained that she had been drinking, which contributed to the
man's child's mother
heated argument. She admitted to a verbal altercation, but denied getting physically involved. The woman explained that it was just a misunderstanding and there had been no physical altercation.
Ma'am, what's your name?
Christina.
Christina. Where's Abigail? The other person that was...
Courtney Cleaney? I'll have to check that out.
It's not here.
Okay.
You want to check?
No, you can stand. You can go forward. Go ahead. No, you can go forward.
Well, we're just getting to the Hot Wives ATF media.
Do you want me at the door open?
I'm stepping in.
I'm sorry. I'm polite, so I'm gonna hold the door open.
No, that's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I'm polite.
Tell me what happened.
Nothing. So we was over at the pool. We got a conflict. We came upstairs, and there was an argument amongst me, Abigail, and David.
Okay. And what else? What else happened? See this blood here. So what happened?
Yeah, I mean, we were just arguing.
Arguing? How the physical part gets involved?
Nothing. We just got aggressive.
Okay. What are you arguing over?
Dumb shit. To be completely honest.
Hmm?
Dumb shit, like, just... It was just dumb.
Okay. What's your relationship to the gentleman downstairs? You were in a physical... Calm that down. What do you say? The other female is downstairs. Okay. All right.
Did he say what's your relationship to the German downstairs?
What's the relationship?
Relationship with who?
With the gentleman downstairs.
He is my baby father.
Oh, he said gentleman, but the subtitles brought up German.
What's the relationship with the other lady and him?
She is also his baby father.
Okay.
She clarified
she's also his baby father.
That her relationship with the other woman was not romantic, but they were both mothers to the man's children. She also noted that no one had been seriously injured and that the situation had escalated due to miscommunication.
So she has a
And you
son.
are all here together?
Yeah,
Are you friends with her?
I am.
Okay.
We're all friends.
I try not to watch a lot of like super serious content because Joe Shabatoni always shames me if I laugh when something outrageous happens.
There was nothing wrong between the three of us. It was just something.
Are you in a relationship with him?
No, I'm not. And she is not
All right, He-Man. Thanks for hanging out.
in a relationship with him either.
Okay, but you have children in common.
Yes.
Okay. So you both fought with him?
No.
Huh?
No, we did not fight with him. It
Okay,
was
he
just-
fought you guys?
There was just an altercation that happened.
Okay.
In
listen.
regards of
There was a verbal altercation,
yes.
and there was also a physical altercation.
In the sense of who?
Like a physical altercation.
In the sense of
Someone
who?
put their hands on someone.
In the sense of who?
That's what I'm asking you. How did you get involved physically?
I did not get involved in physically.
Okay, what about
What I'm
your friend?
saying is that me and her are both his baby mama,
Uh-huh.
and he had an issue with us.
I feel like she's missing every skill check in her conversation here. I think she's just constantly missing.
We had a disagreement, and that is all. I did not say anyone had any physical altercation.
Okay. So the scratches on your face, blood on your
It's
hand.
from my daughter, and I can show you from 2
No, I'm
days
talking
ago.
blood on your
and
hand.
I can show you from 2 days ago.
No, I'm talking the blood on your hand and all that stuff.
And I can show
Whoa! So she's saying, "Listen, officer, you're completely misunderstanding. The blood that I'm covered in doesn't belong to him. It belongs to my daughter, and I've been bathed in it for 2 days. What is this woman thinking?"
you from 2 days ago.
Okay. So
So if you want that, I can send that to you.
So how did blood get inside here? Well, what's going on? I'm just trying to ascertain what happened.
I'm telling you. And if you don't want to accept that, by all means, you don't accept that.
She acknowledged a long, complicated history with the man. She
is
explained that
nuts.
she only found out about Christina late in her pregnancy. Over time, they became friends, prioritizing their children. She admitted to past conflicts, but was vague about the night's events. Officers confronted inconsistencies in their stories.
No, because what I'm getting from your baby's father is that
Baby's father.
someone entered
Baby's
his
father.
phone. They didn't like something that they saw, And then there's a physical altercation that developed.
Okay.
Both of you attacked him.
Okay.
This was his story.
Is it ever appropriate? I mean, that's arguable, but it definitely happens for sure.
Now, I'm going to tell you this. Based upon his story.
So bring him up here.
No.
No.
We separate.
That's what you say.
Here we go.
We separate. We're glad that you're both separated. So he's downstairs.
Okay.
His stories, both.
Okay,
Both of you.
well, I'm telling you my story. My story.
Do you understand what's about to happen, ma'am?
Which is what?
Someone is going to jail this morning.
Okay. By all means.
I'm trying to gather the information to figure out who it's going to be.
Which I understand.
And based on what you're giving me right now, you're going to get detained. You're going to end up going to jail.
I'm going to get detained and go to jail. Okay.
So if you're just telling me,
And I
listen,
didn't do nothing.
I see scratches on you, but I see more on your baby's father.
Okay. So detain me.
Okay.
Here come the tears.
So I
Took it with dignity, though, right?
I'm not corroborating.
Oh.
No, you. How much you had?
shoes?
How much you had to drink, ma'am?
Can I have shoes on these? They're right there.
Agreed. They should probably just let her go. I'm like, what should I put on the paperwork? Put sweetie pie.
Okay, I'm coming.
If you can see it.
Can I grab it? Yeah, you can get her slippers.
I appreciate it. I really can.
Are you unable to remember what happened, or you do not want to share what happened?
No, I remember everything. It's just like...
As the investigation progressed, the deputies noted that the man had visible injuries, such as cuts and blood on his shirt, but the woman denied any involvement in his injuries. She stated that the blood on her hands was from a previous incident with her daughter, which had occurred 2 days earlier.
Because his story is that you and the other girl attacked him, and he has cuts over his body. His nose is broken.
He always has cuts over his body.
No. I'm speaking the first cut. His nose is bleeding.
I understand.
Okay.
So just to let you know, 2 days ago, he got pulled over by the cops for driving a dirt bike illegally. So I'm surprised that he's telling you that me and her beat the shit out of him, which is really funny to me because he just got pulled over and he almost went to jail. Anyways, the relationship that all three of us have is the fact that she is his baby mama, which has his 3-year-old son, and I am his recent baby mama that has his 6-month-old daughter. Okay. Me and him have been together for 4 years. They've been on and off for the last year, so...
Well, this cop is really cucking the content. I mean, all he's got to do is take a couple steps over closer to her, and it's like, we've got the perfect view, and he's refusing to do it. It's ridiculous.
So, like, last 4 years, so technically, what? 4, 6, 7 years? So, I did not find out about her until I was 8 months pregnant.
Oh, man.
So when I found out that when I was 7 months pregnant, I found out that he was cheating on me. He was cheating on me with her. When I found out that
I like this girl. She's a yapper.
The whole situation happened, that he was cheating on me with her, whatever the fucking case may be. I eventually became friends with her because I was trying to be the adult and realize, like, at the end of the day, her 3-year-old son is my daughter's brother. I was trying to be the adult in the sense as in...
Please don't show my crotch.
At the end of the day, like, we are all gonna deal with each other.
Okay.
So, since then, we have been perfectly fine until tonight. I don't know.
But since then, were you still in a relationship with him?
No, it wasn't.
What about her?
No.
They should release her now on grounds of Sweetie Pie and also of Immaculate Camel Toe, and just let her ride out.
No one was in a relationship with anybody.
Okay.
She was not with him.
So
I was not
how
with her.
did you all get into this one room?
Yeah, they weren't mad about each other. They were only mad because he was on the phone trying to line up a third.
I had a layover, and I told them to come over because she had to work.
So, South to West, is that why you are always telling Grace not to interrupt Ben? Because whenever Grace is talking, it's like it stresses you out.
So I was
She
like,
what?
she had to work.
Okay.
So I was like,
What kind of work she does? She works with airlines as well?
no.
The deputies, however, were not convinced and questioned
Gosh,
whether
I'm
the blood on
surprised.
her hands came from the altercation. She remained defensive and insisted that she had not physically hurt him, although her own physical injuries, such as scratches, contradicted her statement. The man then stated that the situation had quickly spiraled out of control, and he was in a lot of pain, but did not want to press charges.
This is Abigail?
That's my blood.
But the only people that were fighting were me and him. That's literally it.
Do you have a wifey by any chance?
It was literally just me and him fighting.
What were you guys fighting about?
Huh?
What were you guys fighting about?
I had a kid with him. He had cheated on me with some girl. And I ended up finding out he did it again. He wanted to start fighting about it, so we started physically fighting about it.
I would say South to West definitely leans at least light to moderate dislike of Grace.
That's literally it. Because we fighting about cheating, that's what it was. Why can't you just be honest about that?
What a great video. Man, this is really coming around.
Abigail?
Yeah.
So what happened?
Sore pelvis.
Nothing. I just started fighting with him because he wanted to be cheating like he always does.
Okay. So how did it become physical?
Huh?
How did it become physical?
That's how I've always been with him.
Right. So you guys arguing, did he push you or you guys pushed him? Like how did it?
One of them is saying that there was no physical altercation, and the other one is saying that it was immediately a physical altercation.
How did it happen? Both push each other? He pushed you first, you pushed him first?
We just pushed each other.
How did he get the injuries on him?
It just happens to have a nosebleed every time.
What about the scratches on his chest and stuff?
What scratches, David?
She's down here shoring up her man while the other chick's seething in the hotel room.
Yeah, you got red marks all over your face too.
Short nails, they're kind of sharp, so I did.
I like this
on
fit,
your
to
shirt,
be
so I'm
honest.
trying to figure out.
Yeah, that's his, because I was trying to wipe his nose, and he wanted to ignore me.
So he started bleeding on his own. It ain't because nobody punched each other.
No, nobody punched him, he started bleeding on his own.
You got ID on you?
He continued to mention that he had been struck and there were visible signs of injuries to his face. He acknowledged that the whole conflict stemmed from his past actions, including cheating, but insisted that the physical assault was not warranted.
Where did this all happen? Out here? You guys at the pool?
No, not true.
You say this.
People that take Ben seriously, you still have South to West, Joe Shabatoni. I mean, these are some of the creme de la creme of the chat. Stephen David, I think, is fairly supportive of Ben at times.
This happened before between you guys?
Yeah.
No? So you're friends with Christina as well? Let's give us a second. We got someone talking to Christina right now.
So what's the end game in all this?
Well, we're trying to figure out first what happened. You guys aren't giving us much, really, so we're going to have to figure out on our own.
None of us live out here.
It doesn't matter. We have a physical altercation that happened, which is a criminal act.
5-year-old
so
serial
it doesn't matter where you live at. So we have to investigate what happened.
I'm not personally charged. I'm not personally charged. No, I never called you guys.
First of all, that vibe, I love it. Starting the clap. Let's go.
Somebody from the room called us.
Somebody's gonna be with our fucking mother because of you, bro.
With our what?
Somebody's gonna be with our fucking mother because of you, bro. Watch.
Hold on. Are you saying that you think all the people I listed are trolls, or you're saying that in general trolls support? Ben, you think that South to West is a troll?
I don't know who it is. Lefty or right? It's one of them. Figure it out.
Nobody's gonna go to jail. I'm not personally charged.
It doesn't matter.
Y'all assaulted me, so like I said, I'm in fair. I don't care.
Shit. You don't understand how the fuck the law works. That's what it is, right? You're just dumb.
I guess I don't.
You're fucking stupid. That's what it is. You don't understand shit.
Like I said,
Hold on. You think that South to West is a troll? Not just a guy who's wistful for a bygone day and what to him was a simpler time when things just made sense?
I'm leaving.
You want to start shit and then everything pile up and then you give a fuck after, right? That's what it is.
You guys went to my phone. How I started everything?
You didn't go to my phone a week ago. Don't be playing no fucking games right now.
But I don't.
If I was in that lobby, I mean, the whole clap thing, I would really have to come over and inquire if she was ready to step up, upgrading her life to a real man.
He's really acting right now. Like, he didn't do the same shit a week ago. That's why you're acting. You're acting like people are just abusing you. People are just doing shit.
That's why I got, like, I'm full of blood everywhere, right?
Right? And ain't nobody calling nothing on you. But now you want to start a show.
I didn't call.
Now it's the fucking...
The deputies gathered information from both parties to continue the investigation, but the deputies made it clear that the physical altercation had to be documented and investigated thoroughly. Both women seemed to downplay the seriousness of the situation.
She told me in Grace's chat that it was gay porn. It was not her own. But there were people in the chat who swore that they saw female parts. I was watching live when it happened, and it happened so fast, and I was honestly, like, I thought I was hallucinating from being high or something. And then it took a second to register what had happened, but yeah.
But the deputies warned that charges could be pressed depending on the findings. As
He-Man she's got a lot of lore with the Jedi.
As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that the man had been involved in prior incidents with the women, including arguments and physical fights.
I didn't call them.
That's what is the problem, right?
I did not call
That's what's the problem, right?
Like I said, I'm not pressing charges.
That doesn't matter. You didn't think it was...
I mean, Grace did get it down, like, incredibly fast, so that's good.
Pressing charges, we're not. You think we started disturbing the press? That's the problem. First, look at this.
You saw pale skin, and you were like, this is certainly Ruby fornicating.
We're in public, David. We're in public. We're not a little house. We're not a little stupid ass neighborhood. We're in public.
You guys, I told you guys to stop hitting.
This chick has amazing energy. I'm just going to say it.
They can shut the camera and see themselves. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so there's cameras in the room, right?
There's cameras over here.
Idiot.
There's cameras over here.
You're dumb. That's what you is.
Just so I don't forget.
I feel like chat was really lit at that time too, and I'm glad because I think that's like one of those moments we're gonna be talking about for a long time. I am, of course, a big fan of Grace, but in the moment it was kind of like it felt temporarily, but of course there were consequences. But in the moment, it was kind of like. It felt like a little Ruby W for zapping her, but you shouldn't do that, especially like with going after like shit that can shut down channels and stuff like that. But that was a really iconic moment.
you guys have to put somebody in jail?
You think it's easier to get Grace's attention sometimes if you like bring up like something and agree with Ben?
Because to be honest, I don't care. Like whatever they did, I don't really care. So it's like,
I did get my comment to Grace about it featured where I said that Ruby should have used the opportunity to show DP porn as like an olive branch to Grace.
My sword is 4736. My mom and my dad.
Leave these here with your friend?
It's a hair tie. You know what the fuck a hair tie is?
You want to leave it with her?
God damn.
You want to take the nose ring out of your ear? Nose?
No, my nose ring is there.
Okay, they're going to take it off.
Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you. Cause guess who's everything?
Wow.
Your mother. Abby, you, bro. I didn't want to fucking come in the first place. Your mother. Cause of you, bro. I didn't want to fucking come in the first place. I know, right? I didn't want to come in the first place. It's because of you. It's because of you.
Well, that's what I mean. And again, like when I'm watching, I get caught up in it and forget that like it's unfolding in the real world. But like I'm just saying like in the moment, and then afterward, it's like, oh fuck, the throwaway channel's gone with like all of its incredible content. I'm just saying like in the moment, that's how it felt, just because it was such a like crazy, memorable moment.
It's because of you. But every time you keep my eyes, guess who never called the cops, huh?
The situation continued to get more complicated as the deputies tried to piece together the details. Ultimately, due to the conflicting statements and the physical injuries, the deputies had to decide what charges to press. Christina resisted being taken into custody, arguing with officers. She continued.
It'll be an absolute like when Naptown does their huge Ruby versus Grace revenge arc. I think that moment is going to be like a real like peak in the content before the story moves on.
To protest her arrest, blaming
like I can see that being able to be edited into something like really entertaining.
The man for escalating the situation.
Guess who never called the cops? Me, nigga. I never called the cops on you.
All right, come on.
And then your grandmother?
Fuck you. I never called the cops on you, bro. I never did.
Never did, bro. This is a good woman right here.
You gotta grab me to the fucking
I'm not pulling you hard.
Yes, you are.
I don't want you to fall to the ground because your hands are behind your back. Stay right here. No, you're going inside.
That's fine. Open the door, man.
Why are you being upset with me? You're the one getting in a fight with your boyfriend or whatever it is.
My fucking baby dad. I've been getting in fights for fucking years. But now you want to arrest me for it, right?
Because he said you charged him first. It's not, I didn't say it. He said it.
I charged him first. Great.
Well, you know me, Stephen David. I'm a content-minded sociopath, so I'm just all about the energy and the entertainment, and that was like a really fucking wild ass moment. Like Grace's face. I hope she can figure out a way to be able to use the footage like with it just edited, because I think the reaction would be really funny to revisit.
Despite the man's reluctance to press charges, the police had enough evidence to proceed. The night ended with Christina in custody, while the man and Abigail were left to reflect on the consequences.
Oh, wow. So the one chick kind of got away with it. Yeah, see, in the same way with that clip as Keno, too. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so now we're going to look into Jimmy. I think the one he can go live on is James Edward Holden. A Stephen David King TL collab. Here's our buddy. Oh man, let's check it out. Evil Nerd. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Get this out of here. Evil Nerd Club Paranormal. Okay, here we go.
Welcome to the Evil Nerd Club.
Now, to my knowledge, this is like the first time he's been able to live stream in a long time. And it was the name of it is Evil Nerd Club Live. # paranormal @ Dr. Stephen Greer 55.
Welcome to the Evil Nerd Club. I'm just kidding. It's not really the Evil Nerd Club. I'm just kidding. So, about that. The Evil Nerd Club, what do you guys think? You think that's a good idea? Evil Nerd Club. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Are any of the evil nerds disrupting the stream right now? Looks like it. Jesus Christ is the King of Kings. Let's get that straight. All right.
Pellet gun.
Like on a mobile stream right now, and there's probably all kinds of like weird freaks that are trying to disrupt my connection. Yeah.
I think the evil nerds, he's saying that, like, basically because he's being censored, isolated, and terrorized, that the only real people watching the show for the most part that are able to see his videos are the ones that, like, YouTube wants, which are the fake tarot card readers or the evil nerd gang stalkers, stuff like that. So, like, there's only a few people like us that are actually, you know, the message is getting out to past them. So, like, he doesn't want us to join the Evil Nerd Club. He's saying, like, unfortunately, from his perspective, his chat is probably, to him, an Evil Nerd Club.
Yeah. I'm just listening to some I found, and I'm just like,
Harry Nerd.
See how it's trying to, like, do something. See, I'm used to, like, seeing the viewers go from, like, 0 to, like, 15 in like a snap, dude, because like there's like some demon that's trying to hold back viewers or something. Dude, I even listen to music about space aliens. What's going on, Steven Greer? Like, come on. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Are you actually talking to me? Are you kidding me? No, I'm actually interacting with somebody on YouTube, dude. This is strange. It's been so long. I'm sorry. It's just like I've been deprived of human interaction on YouTube. Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. I guess, considering everything. That's really saying something, too, because, like, you know, I don't know if you've been following my channel or if you know anything about me. My life is really crazy.
would be interesting for somebody like Jimmy that has a lot of lore that's all available online. You would kind of wonder, like, is this somebody who just found me in the algorithm and has no idea, like, what's going on, or how much do they know?
Welcome to my channel. I'm hoping you'll enjoy yourself while you're here. It's probably for a reason that my channel popped up. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like the most magical person on YouTube that nobody's ever heard of, because the algorithm tries to hide me. Well, actually, it's a little more complicated than that, isn't it, guys? Well, maybe there's a chance for like YouTube to be redeemed after all. I mean, I am live streaming and I'm listening to space alien music. Somebody like needs to like get in contact with Steven Greer and tell him I need to speak with him, dude. Like really bad. Also, I really need some mushrooms. The psilocybin kind, not the other kind. Yeah. Well, I just woke up. My channel randomly popped up. I am glad to hear that. It means something on YouTube is working right. I'm in Oceanside, California, and I'm listening to space alien music because I have a high IQ, and I've made contact with other beings like 10 years ago, 11, 12 years ago.
What do you mean, is he always this annoying?
Hey.
He's just trying to get his message out.
Somebody get me into contact with Steven Greer, like, immediately. Dude, this music's so relevant. It's unbelievable. I came up with the genius idea of trying to live stream while broadcasting the station. I'm like, dude, where's Steven Greer? I need to talk to Steven Greer.
Boy, a Jimmy live stream's got a different kind of energy to it.
All right. So YouTube's been hiding me. I'm really like this mystical, magical being that YouTube's been hiding.
ATF, I'm starting to think you're one of the sick, evil freaks.
Wait a minute. I'm not going to laugh at you. I know. Dude. I'm not going to laugh at you. I'm laughing because I'm coping. I'm not laughing because it's funny, okay? I just want you to know that.
That's been a recurring theme lately, is that he wants to make it clear that just because he's laughing doesn't mean that he's laughing because it's funny. He could be laughing because he's coping.
Because I've seen some crazy stuff in the sky, dude. You're not alone, man. I'm telling you, YouTube's been hiding me, and I've just been like marinating, dude. Just like stewing, waiting for the right time. Like right now, I'm like, so where's Steven Greer, dude? Like, I need to talk to Steven Greer. You know, we need to listen to some space music. Need to smoke some weed, probably, or like take some mushrooms or something. I don't know what he does, but that's what I'm into. Right? And dude, I practiced Steven Greer's meditation 11 years ago.
Do you think that kind of some of the same people that are after Jimmy are after Savvy Guy? Because they both kind of are like always looking over their shoulders, kind of.
Back in 2013.
This music is great.
Summer. And I made contact, yeah. And thankfully, at that time, I knew, like, I needed Jesus Christ in my life. So, like, that's when I started believing in Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I made contact, and I was like, what just happened, you know? And then, like, I just asked Jesus to help me, dude. And all of a sudden, like, everything changed, and I was like, what? And then the Bible just started, like, talking.
I saw the chat was like, I think Grace even mentioned it at one point, it was like really hostile, which for Grace Thorpe to say that a chat is hostile, I mean, that's really saying something.
Me, and I was like, wait, so like space aliens are like part of the Bible.
Cruise ship hallway music,
like,
yeah.
All this stuff about the Ethiopians and the Nephilim started coming out.
Ethiopians, yet another interconnected web in this Boyd adventure that we're taking. We now have the Thorpes with their Ethiopian restaurant, and Jimmy, who has now opened up a portal also of the into the interest of in Ethiopia.
I came to believe in Jesus Christ through practicing Steven Greer's meditation to contact aliens, basically. So now I'm like this high priest, and I'm like, dude, Jesus is...
Well, and now he's the high priest. I mean, what are you going to do at that point? I mean, whether you like it or not, I mean, it's... if you're the one making the calls, you just have to put everything else aside and, focus on that.
Real, man. This is like 11 years later, man. And I'm like still dealing with these weird beings. And they've been messing with me on the internet, dude. And in real life. And I'm like, I need to talk to Steven Greer. Excuse me. No, I'm not joking. Like, I need to talk to Steven Greer. Just like, dude, I know what's going on. Yeah, and I know who I am. So, it'd be really cool if I could get in contact with Steven Greer, dude. I'm like ready, dude. I'm telling you. I am so ready, dude. Dude, YouTube has been censoring me because I'm like, I guess, I don't even know what you'd classify me as. I don't even know what, like, in the documents, like the, I don't even know what they, like, they're just gonna call me this being. I could explain it, but as far as they know, they like the tarot readings and other stuff. You think I'm an alien? Well, yeah, like kind of, but it's a little more complicated than that. Yeah, Stephen Greer probably did speak with Joe Rogan at one point. I don't know if he did or not, but I'd imagine he probably has. Stephen Greer is a really high-profile guy. It's in what's going on with the aliens and the disclosure.
When I win the lottery, Jimmy's going to get hooked up. We're just going to give him a briefcase of cash, and that's it. Like, no questions asked. We're just going to hand him a bunch of money and let him roam.
Stuff. And I made contact 11 years ago, and I've basically been terrorized by these freaks ever since. And I'm not talking about Stephen Greer. I'm talking about the beings that I made contact with. And it's not just like them. So there's like this whole thing that's been like revealed to me. Like, I need to talk with Stephen Greer. YouTube has been trying.
Hey, Candy Warhol, let me ask you something. And I promise I'm asking just like legitimately. I'm not like trying to wait the question. Do you think that Grace wants to be seen like as a sympathetic character?
To like hide me, dude. I'm supposed to be this like really important person. I am this really important person that they've been covering up on the internet.
True.
The tarot readings, the chosen one messages. It's literally me, dude. Like, it's me. Like, I'm not just saying that. What's being revealed is like this whole criminal enterprise that has to do with these beings that Stephen Greer is aware of. And
no, that's fair.
I don't belong out here on the street doing what I'm doing. I need to speak with Stephen Greer. There's stuff going on. It's like, dude, no.
You just can't help it. That's reasonable.
You're not just gonna treat me like I'm like some worthless like peasant. I'm literally like in contact with these beings, you retards. You need to take me seriously. Sorry guys, I got this really dark sense of humor, and the YouTube algorithm kind of doesn't like it very much because it's been trained to be this like oppressive, like genocidal, like censoring thing.
Yeah, I know that's Ben's view on it. I'm just saying, like, I was just curious in Candy's sake, because, like, it was brought up of, like, you know, that she had kind of run out of empathy or whatever. Then I was just curious, like, if she thought that, like, that was how Grace wanted to be seen or not.
But we're going to fix that, aren't we, YouTube?
I mean, that seems like it's just about the absolute worst thing you can be in Daisy as a victim. That's like the biggest insult.
Share my channel and my videos too, please. YouTube's been censoring me for a long time, dude. It's been like too long since I live streamed. I finally started doing it. I'm trying to be on my best behavior, okay, YouTube? All right, guys. I'm gonna... Maybe I'll keep going. I don't know. I'm not really doing anything. It's just like, what's the purpose? You know? Especially if, like, I'm still being censored in the algorithm.
I like to think that Jimmy is at like a Mad Max type settlement where there are like big watchtowers, like, you know what I mean? Like a real like kind of like a slab city. He's at a place though called Brother Benno's, I think in Oceanside. There are videos, he's posted some videos of interactions there, but I don't think it's like a Mad Max type vibe. But I think Jimmy would fit in well in like a Mad Max environment.
Yeah, I gotta look down at this like small text on the bottom of the screen. I'm like, I have to use like a magnifying glass. At least it's not as bad as Bigo or Tango or whatever it is. There's no way I could use those. Not on a cell phone. Like, no way, dude. Yeah, so I'm just sitting here ranting. I think I'm going to stop for now. Maybe I'll come back in a while. Thank you for viewing.
Wow. Okay, look, I got a little bit more time than I thought. Let's check in on Tony Yeoman. We haven't seen him for a while. You don't think he could... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so we have to watch this one. DiGiorno pizza fixed my way. I'm the type of guy that would do this. Absolutely. Longest 20 minutes? Wow. ATF Media, wow.
What's up with it? Watch this video to the end, y'all. Check out what I got today, man. Whew. Alright, y'all, hold on. I got this DiGiorno pizza fixed up my way with 2 motherfucking peppers on the side, baby. Yeah, baby, look at that, man. Look at them pieces, boy. I added more cheese, more pepperoni, and all that bullshit, baby. Look at that pizza, man. Don't
Come on,
good,
ATF.
Man? This was a 3-meat pizza, but I added some more shit. I added some more shit to it, man. Oh, man. All right, y'all, before I get with it, let me say the grace.
Of course, we always have to pay tribute to Grace. I just want to say this. Me and Tony Yeoman are on the same page using the DiGiorno box to put the pizza on. Absolutely.
Amen. And amen. Ooh, man, boy, look at this, boy. Man. Oh, man, did I cut this motherfucker right, man? Shit. All right, y'all.
What a treasure Tony Yeoman is.
I got my Lemon Thunder. Tell y'all what is Lemon Thunder? That's that whiskey, water, and lemon juice, baby.
What do you guys think of his new backdrop?
Ooh, shit, man. Very good shit, boy.
Here we go.
Yeah. I get hot. Damn, boy.
This is the first video I've watched when I've seen it in the thumbnails, but I didn't watch any of the videos. So I'm curious too. I still honestly can't tell.
I don't care what nobody say. I think DiGiorno is the best frozen pizza ever, man. That's my opinion. Damn. That's my opinion. I done tried them all. Tombstones and all them other motherfuckers. I think DiGiorno is the best, man. Some people might say DiGiorno got too much water in it all. I don't know, whatever.
Man, I think ATF Media is full of shit. I think Tony Yeoman legit is always entertaining. Like, I don't think I've watched a Tony Yeoman video. Well, maybe some of the ASMR ones are kind of, are challenging art, but like his normal videos, they're always entertaining to me.
Oh man, but it's the best to me, man.
Oh my God, the Screaming Sicilian. Oh, I love that pizza. It's like one of my favorite frozen pizzas.
So that's all I ain't gonna say that's all I buy. I buy other ones, but that's the main one I buy. Ooh, shit. That's hot, boy.
I agree, Joe.
I would get cool off. No.
And he's always like thinking about branching off into different types of content.
I don't like food being too damn hot, man.
Ooh!
Shit, man. Should be burning my lip and my tongue. I don't like when I burn my lip and my tongue, man. That shit, boy. Make my tongue and my lip feel funny. I don't like that feeling, man. Shit.
Well, I like Ruby a lot. I like Grace a lot. I feel like I don't want anything bad to happen to them, but like we have no, at a viewer level, I mean, we just have no, there's really nothing we can do. We can't intervene on either side. We can't be like, you know, if Ruby could just walk away, I mean, it's what her chat tells her to do all the time. Like, she has people telling her that all the time, and there are, for some people anyway, especially in the misunderstood chat, who told Grace, like, we're chastising her for her treatment of Ruby, and it didn't work. So I don't really know what you can do in those kind of scenarios other than just buckle up, I guess.
Boy, it's good, boy. Y'all want to hear some bullshit, man? I'm going to tell you some bullshit, man. Whew. I went over with some so-called friends. These ain't...
Man, I'm already invested. I'm already like, okay, we picked a good video. So-called friends.
These ain't true friends. These are just people I hang with, I drink with, or a nigga just smoke with. See, you got true friends and you got these motherfuckers you just hang with. So these people these are my so-called friends. The motherfuckers I just hang with, right? Ooh. From time to time. Ooh. So we over here playing spades and shit, right? Playing spades, drinking, smoking. And you know how niggas get talking, man? They be talking about, you know, shit from the past or something that's happening right now. So they were talking about somebody got in a fight and somebody got hit, you know, somebody did something to somebody, right? And you know how nigga be saying, oh man, they couldn't have been me. If they were me, I would have did this, I would have done that. You know how that shit. And you know, so I'm listening to all this nonsense, right? And so I said, man, if that was me, I would have whooped that ass. That's what I said, man. I wasn't really even paying attention to the conversation. And then you got this one nigga over here.
I wasn't even, Tony Yo Man, what self-awareness. I wasn't even paying attention to the conversation. I just said, hey, if that had been me, I'd have whooped that ass.
Talking about, oh, Tony Yo, nigga, you ain't shit, nigga. You ain't gonna do nothing. You just talking, nigga. You ain't gonna do nothing to nobody. And so he said this in front of everybody, man, trying to make me look bad, man. So I looked at them, I said, nigga, I'll whoop your ass, nigga.
Oh my God, wow, what a video.
I said, nigga, I'll whoop your ass, nigga. You trying to call me out, I'm gonna call you out.
Hell yeah, Tony.
So he gonna say something like this. Oh, I wanna see you, I wanna see you do that. And then, nigga, you ain't that bad. Nigga, you crazy, but you ain't that crazy. I said, nigga, so I got up. Nigga, you don't know how crazy I am, nigga. I don't give a shit.
Wow.
So I got up.
Is this a Thorpe stream?
So I got up and he was still sitting down. He was sitting, you know, in the chair and shit, right? So I just...
This energy in this video is fucking wild.
I just pushed him by the face. And you know, and he flipped over in the chair. He just flipped over, right? And he's like, oh man. He said, you messed up now. So he got up off the floor and started trying to swing, right? So I just bagged back like this, and I just boop, 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 knocked him back on the floor. He said, all right, man, all right.
Tony Yo Man's future is literally limitless. I mean, this guy is really something.
All right, Tony, all right, Tony. See, I'm a nice guy. I do things other people wouldn't do in this situation. You know, after he's on the floor, you know what I'm saying, lip bleeding, nose bleeding. All right, Tony, all right, Tony. All right, Tony. You know, because I'll come in after his ass, right? All right, Tony. All right, Tony. You made your point. You made your point, man. I said, you all right, man? You okay? I said, give me a hand. So I put a seat, I pick a chair up. I sit it back on, I set it back upright. I said, give me a hand, man. I picked him up. I put him back in the chair.
I figure probably most people have had a DiGiorno's, but if you haven't, the kind especially that he's eating here, that's a pretty like dense crust for a frozen pizza, so it's an interesting choice to if he's going to try to eat the whole thing.
Oh boy. So I put him back in the chair, right? And I said, man,
you can actually see the very first time that I ever heard Grace drop an N-word when I was reviewing one of her streams, because I didn't know much about her before I started reviewing her stream, like doing like full stream reviews. And you can like see all of my like original reactions to finding out everything about him.
I said, yeah, man. I said, you know, ain't no hard feelings, man. I just can't how you showing me up like this, man, you know? You know what I'm saying? Everybody laughing at him and shit. Oh, that nigga Tony Gray. Oh, look at.
Ruby is not a useless person. Ruby is a phenomenal streamer. Let's not take that away from her. Even Grace heads have to admit that, because Grace even acknowledges Ruby's Kino.
I told you don't fuck that nigga. You know, everybody started talking that crap. I ain't think Tony was gonna do nothing, man. They thought I was gonna punk out when he said that shit to me. I don't punk out. And so I said, I was sure what kind of guy I am, right? I said, look here, man. I know you don't have a car. I know you caught the city bus over here, right?
Wow.
I said, let me take you home, okay?
So Tony Yo Man knocks this guy out. Then in front of everybody, he makes a big spectacle out of helping the guy up. And now he's bringing up the fact that he took a bus to this friend meetup.
Hey, come on, man. I said, don't be scared, nigga. I said, I ain't gonna mess with you no more, man. I said, we already got into it, man. I said, it's cool, man. I said, we cool, man. We got into it now, it's over. Done. I said, I whoop your ass, and then we cool. I said, I take you home, okay, man? Man, I do want to ride home, man. I don't want to catch that bus, man.
Oh my God.
Often take his ass home.
This is like one of those. I think Tony Yo Man is reading out Reddit fantasy posts about what people did that day. Like at the end of the story, it seemed like, and then everybody else at the party, they all started applauding.
See, that's the kind of nigga I am. That's the kind of guy I am. I'll whoop your ass and take you home. And not only did I take him home, I know he don't got much money. So we drive him by. I said, but you hungry, man? I'll buy you something to eat, man. Man, for real, man, you gonna buy me? Man.
Oh, man, talk about weird stuff after you piss somebody off. Remember that great moment in the original Ruby bridge burn in the apartment, whenever everything was so awkward and Ruby was leaving and Grace was like, can you loan me the money to get a sugar-free Red Bull? What a classic Grace moment. Amazing.
So I took him. I said, where you want to get some meat at, man? I said, man, I want to, man. Oh, shit, boy. Damn, boy. Oh, boy, them peppers is hell sometimes, boy. I ain't gonna stop eating, motherfucker. I said, where you would eat it, man? I said, I'll take you to one of them fast food restaurants, man. I ain't gonna take you to no regular restaurant, you know, like Chili's or Applebee's and like that. And nigga, you ain't my bitch, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Shit. So I said, all right. I said, man, can you take me to Popeye's chicken? He wants some chicken. I said, yeah, man, get whatever you want, man. So he got what?
That's like another Tony Yo Man kind of one of his loops is that he's always at some point in the video you kind of wonder if maybe he's gonna choke out.
Some chicken and shit, not paid for the chicken and shit.
Where's he at? About halfway. He's got to pick up the pace a little bit, but he's doing pretty good.
I took his ass on home. But this is good, boy. So we still cool, man. We still friends. Well, so we still cool. We still friends. Well, let me take it back. We still so-called friends. We still hanging out buddies.
Impressive barbecue skills.
Oh, boy.
Oh! Ooh!
You see, true friends, if you get locked up in jail, they'll come visit you. They'll come see you.
Yeah, right after the bridge burn, Ruby was like, Ruby was gonna leave for a little while, and she asked if, and Grace was like, could you give me a sugar-free Red Bull? I can pay you back.
You're hanging out, but it's won't come see you if you get locked up. So I know for a fact.
That's a moment where they would play like Grace's signature music on the sitcom, where she'd like look at the audience and be like, "What?"
Hey, if I got locked up in jail, and they found out I was in jail, they wouldn't come see me, and I wouldn't come see their ass either. So we just hanging out, buddies, man. We just hang out because it's convenient. You know what I'm saying?
Grace doesn't take advice either. No, I don't think. No, definitely not.
Let me tell you what kind of nigga. Let me tell you what kind of guy I am. I'm the kind of guy that put a bullet in your ass.
What?
And take you to the hospital.
What? What is going on in this video?
Pay for the bill, man. And it was your fault, not mine, man.
I feel like the weed is messing with my brain, or he's eating this slice really slowly. I feel like no matter how many slices he's eating, there's always half the pizza left.
Ooh, boy. Let me tell you what kind of guy I am. I'm the kind of guy will take you out, pay for your funeral, and I would cater your funeral, man. I'll bring the food.
What?
And I'll speak. You know when the picture said anybody got any last words? I'll speak at your funeral, man. I'll tell you how a wonderful person you was, man. And when no one, no, it was me that took you out, man. I'll pay for your funeral. I'll bring the food.
The only way you can we need to do a Grace takes advice from chat dono goal.
And not only that, I check on your family from time to
And then just keep narrowing down the poll questions until it's forgotten about.
That's what kind of guy I am. I don't want to take you out, so don't make me take you out, man.
I won't, Tony.
Ooh, boy. But some good pizza, boy. Ooh, boy. Damn, boy. Wasn't that good, man? You can even eat all that shit. She can even eat out the whole pizza, man. You took me down pepperonis on that motherfucker. What?
I regret what I ate.
You regret it. You ate too much of it?
Yeah, he'll be like, you know what kind of guy I am? I'm the kind of guy that I'll go skydiving with you. And then I'll cut your parachute strings. And I'll be like, and when we get down to the bottom, though, I'll place a beautiful ornate flower arrangement at the side of your crash. That's the kind of guy I am.
Well, I didn't make you eat that shit. That shit was good with them, boy. Woo, man.
Woo.
Oh, yeah, man. You know, I'm a good guy, man. I might do some bad shit.
Yes, Cody
I do some
Turbo.
good shit on top of it.
If you remember, he made a video when we last checked in with him. He made a video, like, basically saying that he was proud of, like, bullying his neighbors and asking him how many guns he had and all that kind of shit. As long as Grace's heart is salvageable?
Because that's how I was raised, man. I was raised that way. Because back in the days, in my neighborhood, we used to get in fights with each other. The neighbor kid, we used to get in a fight with each other. Then once we get through fighting each other, we were friends all over again, man.
Is he going to be able to do it? Is he going to? Oh, yeah, he's got 5 minutes left.
No.
Yeah.
That ain't how it is today, man. But back then, we was... Yeah, man, back then, man. We used to whoop each other's ass. And then we go over each other's house and eat on the same day. We used to get in fights. Then we say, my mama cooking chicken. You want to come over and eat some chicken with us? Yeah, yeah. And our parents knew we got...
It's hard to do any of the chat interact, which I think it makes it even more entertaining, but any kind of normal chat interaction like polls or dono goals to do things, it's all like the Thorpes are such good trolls that it turns into like one of those, like we were talking about the genie bottle monkey paw wishes.
Got into a fight. And the parents, that was back in the day, man. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. But I'm still that way today. Oh, shit. I can whoop your ass today. 5 minutes from now, man. We cool.
Here.
Oh, shit, man. Don't get your water.
Yeah.
Don't get your water. Don't get your water. Oh, shit. All right. Ooh, man.
Come on, Tony.
Oh, boy, this is good, boy, man. Wasn't that pizza good, man? You eat all that pizza? Man.
I keep trying to get Grace to try the churro fries at Burger King, but I guess she had a negative churro experience at another fast food restaurant. Dude just ate a large rising crust pizza, man. That is something else.
But that's just the kind of guy I am, man. I'm an old school nigga doing old school shit. Man. Well,
incredible. What a video.
Ain't nothing wrong.
How can you have a bad churro experience? Well, I've mentioned it to her a few times now. I'd like to get a Grace review of the churro fries, but she said that basically just that she has had negative churro experiences at other fast food restaurants, so she doesn't seem open to the idea of putting herself out there a little bit and trying these churros.
Would be an old school.
And that's not code for anything. It's just churros. I'm going to do a video like this. I'm going to eat an order of churro fries, an order of the ghost pepper chicken fries, and then an order of the mozzarella cheese fries from Burger King.
Mm-mm. Oh, boy, this pizza was good, boy. I was gonna make some french fries with this pizza, man. I'm glad I did, man, because this pizza... I gonna make some french fries with this pizza, man.
Oh my God, and french fries?
I will eat that shit. But I'm glad I didn't make it, because I'm full. I'm getting full of money right now, boy.
Oh, nice. Roopster's doing a classic walk and talk. Yeah, I completely agree, by the way. You really need a churro to be fresh, in my opinion, for them to be... It's not even an issue of getting them, like, warm. Hot is just a completely different experience. But I think Burger King makes all that shit fresh now, especially if you order, like, not so common items. Because every time I've gotten the churro fries, they've been pretty fresh and hot.
Boom.
Man, he's gonna do it. He's gonna eat the whole fucking pizza.
Oh boy.
Oh no, dude. I probably couldn't have eaten that whole well, maybe if I was really high, and hungry, I could have eaten the whole pizza, but the french fries too,
Oh boy.
But I couldn't have eaten it like this. I would have eaten part of it and then like an hour or two later had it would have taken me a few sittings to get through it.
Man. Oh shit.
The Billy D. Williams of YouTube, Tony Yoman.
Man, boy, I feel it, boy. Ooh, boy, I'm drinking this Lemon Thunder, boy. I was drinking all day today, man.
I was drinking all day today. That's what you want to hear.
But I made it home, boy, from that. Oh, shit.
Being by Saltwater?
Mm-hmm. That's good, man. I'm done.
I'm done.
Now, baby.
Well, like and subscribe. Watch the video to the end, y'all. Ooh.
All right, y'all, man.
Man, a whole pizza, dude. Tony Yoman. Legit.
I hope y'all enjoy this bullshit, man. Until next time, baby. Until next time. Subscribe, baby. Subscribe.
Okay, so Viewer count going down. We're wrapping up the stream. That means only one thing. It's time for the Goon Corner. Let me show you this. I've been paying attention to a specific trend on YouTube lately as somebody that's, trying to become a Boit expert. Although I guess we've established that being an expert in something isn't that remarkable. Okay, this is very short. We'll wrap it up with a nice short video. Cozy 13, yeah, exactly. Did he get a DiGiorno sponsorship? Sorry, my internet's really slow. Okay, here we go. Tony Yeoman is just amazing. To me, it's just always amazing. Okay, here we go. All right. Let's get this all. We want this all lined up properly for this. All right, so this is called How to Clean Mirror.
Hey, hi, my dear friends and viewers who are new to my YouTube channel in search of tips and life hacks to help with cleaning. My name is Stacy, and I am a professional cleaning teacher and a housewife with a lot of experience. Subscribe to my channel and give me a like so you don't miss more training videos with me. Today, I would like to discuss the rules for cleaning a mirror because many people make mistakes. And the first mistake is choosing the wrong product. To avoid the primary cause of streaks, you should buy a specialized spray product for cleaning mirrors. The second mistake is using microfiber if you are a beginner. It is better to buy a roll of paper towels because they absorb moisture better, and this is also an important reason for streaks. And the third mistake is
it's best to use the paper towels so you can try to avoid the streaks.
Using too much product. Spread it evenly over the entire surface and actively collect all the moisture. Then you will see that the mirror is perfectly clean without a single streak. Now you know more about cleaning. Bye.
Short to the point, but I mean, what a performance. That is, if you're going to search for her, it is Stacy, S-T-A-C-Y. Stacy Lustful Official. This was 6 days ago, and it's already got 1 million views, so it's very educational. Obviously, people are appreciating it. Oh, also, over here, I can't show it, but if you're a WWE guy, full home video, WrestleFest 91, Ultimate Warrior versus The Earthquake. Is this course footage from the house for Wayward Ozark? All right, well, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow. Did I say what we were going to do tomorrow? I can't remember. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'll be back in the morning. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hopefully you were able to get something out of this mixture of footage today. But I appreciate it.